Greatest Streamer System. By author, ShuviLily Chapter 51-100. After waiting for a few minutes and enjoying the chocolate with oats, Mr. Taka entered the cafe with two men and invited everyone to follow him. They went to the 30th floor, where a photo studio was located. When they were in the elevator, Mr. Taka introduced everyone to each other, starting from Stone Sword, Flexi, and Ronin Knight to the newbie streamers. As everyone played Knight's Journey and followed the forum, they recognized Max as Wall Run Guy when he was introduced. Max also greeted them politely, understanding his position as the newest streamer who hadn't streamed for a week yet. Naturally, the others' curiosity stayed at that, except for two people, Flexi and Stone Sword. The latter seemed to glare at him for a second before. But when he looked at him again, the ponytailed man was smiling softly, like a kind person. Is it just my imagination? The former seemed to hold back his laughter for whatever reason, apologizing when Max looked at him strangely. And Flexi is just as strange as usual. I don't know what he's thinking. Before long, they arrived on the 30th floor, and Max was astounded by how large the studio was. When he heard about the photo studio, he imagined a corner where a white background stood surrounded by camera and flash equipment. However, this was like a real studio usually used to shoot a Hollywood film. It's huge. Ha ha ha, it's quite small compared to a real studio. Mr. Taka answered Max with a soft smile. He looked at the streamers, from left to right, and clapped his hands. Everyone, please head to the fitting room. We have prepared a makeup artist for this occasion and will take your IRL photo in the best way possible. Of course, we also prepared the clothes, so please don't worry. It's located over there. As for the lady, she will be in the opposite room. Well, I can always ask Mr. Taka to send me the result of the picture. Let's just get it done for now. When he joined the others, it was already Flexi's turn. He stood confidently under the flashlight and posed. Maybe because he was already a professional, it didn't take long for his turn to finish. The director gave an okay almost immediately. Following that, it was Ronin Knight's turn. Unlike Flexi, he was a bit stiff under the camera. Thankfully, the director was experienced and could give a direction on how to pose. Max silently listened to the advice and thought to himself, what should I do to pose? Should I do the usual folding arms and raising chin all esport players did back on Earth? Or should I pose like a model similar to Flexi? He shook his head. That would be boring. I guess I will try that if allowed. He looked at the chair he sat on and grinned. An idea of a pose flashed in his mind. It would look dumb and out of place, but it was something that he wanted to do at least once. He also trusted the photographer to be able to take his picture nicely. It's your turn, Breeze. Flexi patted Max's shoulder and pushed him toward the flashlight. Nodding at his friend, Max walked toward the position while bringing the chair he sat on earlier, confusing the others, including the director and photographer. However, he ignored their stares, set the chair in the middle of the white background, and asked, "Can you take a dynamic pose? There is something I'd like to try if possible." The director narrowed his eyes and nodded, "You have a minute." That was a positive response. Hearing that, Max smiled and began to pose using the chair as a prop. He held the chair tightly and jumped high, passing the chair. Crazy guy. Flexi exclaimed loudly as he laughed merrily. Yes, he tried to do a jumping pose to be different from the others. Ha 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 ha, don't be discouraged. I think the first pose is good. It's too bad that the director rejected it, as it doesn't really look professional. PFF'd. Don't laugh, Flexi. I am embarrassed here. My bad, my bad. Remembering it is still funny. But hey, at least you managed to finish your photo session quicker than that mad lad. That scary-looking guy was so stiff that he even got the director fuming in rage. Ah, maybe that's why his handle name is Mad Lad. Whatever. Max leaned his back against the soft sofa as he exhaled a tired sigh. His pose, which he had thought deeply about before, was rejected. In the end, he went with the mainstream folding arms that almost all professional esport gamers did in the past. When he posed like that, the director immediately gave him an okay and ended his session. It felt, suck. Not even a hot chocolate will make me forget this disappointment. Forgive me for not following the diet plan, Ava. But I want to enjoy this chocolate for today. While disappointed, Max also couldn't complain as he thought his pose was a bit too much. So he accepted the result and went to the hotel prepared by Biozone Entertainment with Flexi. The others were also resting. The room prepared by Biozone Entertainment was a suite. Every streamer invited for today's photo session was given VIP treatment and had their own room. There was also a room with the latest VR capsules near the hotel lobby that they could use to log in or livestream. So, Max was confused. What are you doing in my room, Flexi? He looked at the orange-haired guy who sat on a couch and had his legs crossed as if this was his own house. Flexi looked over his shoulder at Max, who sat on his bed and grinned. I am bored being alone in my room, so I came. Besides, I am going with you to your and the other two's synchronization tests. I am curious how high you will achieve. There is still an hour before that. Max grumbled in displeasure. Besides, it will be recorded by the director to be revealed after the announcement tomorrow at the press conference. You will find out at that time. Indeed. To add more excitement, Mr. Taka also added this synchronization test, as all the newbie streamers who joined hadn't revealed theirs yet. Usually, this would be an important moment in a livestream for almost all streamers. Viewers were always curious about good players or streamers, synchronization rates, and the announcement usually was a big deal for a streamer. There was no better place to reveal it than an event that was also attended by 3 veteran streamers like this. So Max also agreed to it. How could I miss my friend's test? That's just impossible. Flexi complained and shrugged his shoulders. Well, I have nothing to do. Ronin Knight added while scratching his cheek. Are we not allowed here? No, you're all welcome to watch. But please don't livestream or leak the result before tomorrow's press conference. We will use the synchronization test to promote the program, too. I believe it's written in the newbie streamers contract. Mr. Taka looked over at Max and the other 2 newbies. All of them nodded, confirming his words. It was written just above the non-disclosure agreement, saying that Biozone Entertainment was allowed to use any content before the announcement for promotion. Of course, as it was something normal and they couldn't talk about it anyway, there was nothing wrong with accepting the term. It would also benefit them if their faces and names appeared in the promotional video, it could make them further known to people. Great. Mr. Taka pushed his glasses and smiled. First of all, allow me to introduce Dr. Artie. He will be the one who will monitor your vitals when you're undergoing the test. It's nice to meet you. The doctor, with a friendly smile, greeted the 6 streamers. Everyone nodded back without saying anything and turned their attention back to Mr. Taka. If everyone is ready, please follow me. I will explain the test while walking. It's located at the end of the hallway over there. Having said that, Mr. Taka walked down the hallway with the doctor first, followed by the others right after. Max looked around curiously, looking at pictures put across the wall. These pictures were successful games that Biozone Entertainment released. Only those that managed to reach a peak of 1 million viewers on a streaming platform were put up in this hallway. In short, this hall was the Hall of Fame for games that Biozone Entertainment released. There are at least 15 games. It's really a lot. And the genres are different too, from RPG to FPS. There is even a survival one. It's amazing. While walking the long corridor, Mr. Taka explained to the streamers. The synchronization test we will do is a bit different from a normal one. We will push your capability with the latest technology, making sure that you achieve the best result. The test itself won't be much different from the usual. It uses the 10-minute format with various obstacles that professional gamers use. Just focus on the test and leave everything else to us. Please, just do your best. As he said that, Mr. Taka stopped in front of a door and placed his palm on a glowing screen beside the door. A whirring sound followed suit, and the steel door opened slowly. Mr. Taka smirked and spread his arms proudly. Welcome to our most advanced testing facility. Flexi, will you show your junior how to do the test? Of course, I can do it too, but isn't it better for you to show them? Hey, it can't be helped. Flexi huffed and put his hands on his hips. Leave it to the most quiet streamer, Flexi. I will show you how to do the test. Just as its name implied, synchronization rate was a number that explained a person's ability to move within a virtual space. The higher the number of one's rate, the more one felt like they were moving in real life. The milliseconds delay that should be felt from turning the brainwaves information into data would be minimalized. It was said that someone with 99% synchronization rate would have no delay at all, and his brain could control 100% of his movement in the VR world. To find out that synchronization rate, in short SR, a 10-minute test needed to be done within a specialized VR capsule that had no limit. It was slightly dangerous if something went wrong, so someone needed to oversee it. Are you ready, Flexi? Anytime, Mr. Taka. Hearing Mr. Taka's voice from the microphone of the overseer's room, Flexi answered confidently. He stepped toward the pure white cubic room without anything but a blue platform in the middle. His avatar's appearance resembled his real self, as the test was done with the latest scan of one's original self instead of another avatar, like what Knight's Journey used, to achieve the best result. Max excitedly watched the screen that showed a third perspective of Flexi's test. He wanted to see how a person who achieved 92% synchronization rate was doing in the test. It's harder than it sounds. I wonder how Flexi will deal with it. Inside the VR testing chamber, Flexi nodded at the camera, gesturing that he was ready to start now. He even flashed a smile and put a thumb up before the scenery around him changed. The synchronization test was composed of various obstacles and in a different setting. There were a total of 10 types of tests, which would be harder as it progressed. The 10-minute time would be reset each time one finished a course. The first test was simple. It was an obstacle run. A track field appeared in the virtual space, replacing the white room. Flexi's clothes also changed into a short and a simple shirt, orange in color. There were many obstacles on the track, including a pit filled with sand that he needed to jump over with a rope, a tall wall, and a wire trap he needed to crawl over. The timer was floating in the sky, showing 0 hours 10 minutes and 0 seconds. It would start to decrease once Flexi crossed the start line. We are already recording. You can start anytime, Mr. Taka instructed through a microphone, gaining a soft nod from Flexi. At that moment, the energetic streamer started to run at full speed. Watching the first test, Max leaned against the soft sofa and relaxed his body. He's pretty fast. The first test was almost nothing for Flexi. Thanks to his agility and good control, he could jump over the pit and the wall easily. He struggled a bit in the crawling test but finished in under 3 minutes. He's good. But the synchronization test isn't just about fast. It's about how well we move and how well our avatar responds to our brain command. There was indeed a record of the fastest finish of the synchronization test, which was held by a professional gamer called Puppeteer. He finished all tests in 16 minutes 32 seconds and recorded his name on the Hall of Fame. Appearing to be humble was important as he was still a newbie. Also, it wasn't Max's style to show off his skill in a place like this. He would only do it when streaming or in the right place. Lily nodded, satisfied with his answer. Beating the record sounds fun. She looked away, returning her attention to the screen. The other streamers said nothing and watched Flexi struggle to pass the third test. After he barely passed, the scenery changed into a flaming ground, and he needed to step quickly to avoid his feet getting burned. However, as he had finished the test many times before, he managed to finish it rather quickly. The 4th to 9th tests were also easy for him, as they were mostly just obstacles like before. But his speed decreased considerably in the 10th test. It was the hardest one, and he needed to be careful not to take a wrong step, or the trap would kill him and return him to the start. Finally, after struggling for exactly 25 minutes and 54 seconds, Flexi arrived at the finish and pressed the finish button. Ha ha ha, I am 20 seconds faster than before. Did you see that? He shouted loudly while raising his arms proudly. At that moment, 3 numbers, glowing in gold, appeared on top of Flexi's head. It was written, 92.6, which showed his synchronization rate. It wasn't different from his last test. Everyone clapped hands to congratulate him. Even Mr. Taka clapped his hands. Then, the marketing team leader pushed his glasses and turned to the newbie streamers. That's the test. Are you ready? I am. Anytime, Mr. Taka. Everyone answered immediately. The other two, besides Max, seemed to have a reserved personality and didn't speak too much even though they were streamers. Well, that's why we are called newbies. He thought as he saw Mr. Taka looking back at him. Alright, then let's start with Breeze, shall we? I believe everyone is curious how he, who is rising due to his strange movement skill, will fare in this test. Hearing Mr. Taka's words, Max couldn't help but wince. What kind of reasoning was that? Still, it wasn't a problem. It was probably for the promotional video. Besides, the faster he finished this, the easier it got. Well then, let's do this. Max went to the VR capsule located in the Overseer section where Mr. Taka and Dr. Artie were. On his way, he passed by Flexi, who just exited the capsule. Yo, it's your turn. Do your best. The orange-haired streamer raised his hand and grinned. Knowing what he wanted to do, Max also grinned and raised his hand. Just watch. I will set a new record. Hey, show off. Dap. A shrill sound echoed as their hands clapped in the air. It was the perfect dap, and both laughed at it. Max somehow was confident to break the record and felt really relaxed. He nodded at Mr. Taka before entering the capsule at the doctor's direction. Please don't worry about anything. I will warn you if something is wrong. Just focus on achieving the perfect run. Dr. Artie reminded him as the capsule began to close. Having been used to be taken care of by a doctor before, Max nodded without worrying about anything. Thank you, doctor. The capsule was fully closed, and a whirring sound rang. A helmet-like device covered Max's face and pulled his consciousness into the VR world. When he blinked, he wasn't inside the capsule anymore but in a white room. His clothes changed into a sweatshirt and tight pants, and he even wore running shoes. He tried to move slightly and nodded in satisfaction after trying his avatar. Is there something different or any discomfort, Breeze? Mr. Taka's voice rang from the speaker in the room. It's perfect. Max answered while making an OK sign with his fingers. Let's start immediately, Mr. Taka. Ha ha ha, you're really motivated. Just move toward the blue circle, and the test will start in a few seconds. Alright. Without any hesitation, Max walked toward the blue circle confidently. He had already watched all the tests and experienced it once before, although he played around then and wasn't so serious. So, this was his first real test. He couldn't help but get excited. That meant, this motherfucker just finished the first test in 34 seconds. Mad Lad slapped his thighs, and it created a shrill sound. Everyone was speechless. Not even Flexi, who self-claimed to know Breeze the best, could say anything. Shit. A curse escaped his lips as his butt fell to a sofa, that bastard. He was holding back when we streamed together, didn't he? Ha 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 ha. So fast. Lily muttered in amazement. Stone Sword only nodded. He had to admit that Breeze had skill. Just his movement alone, maybe, was already better than most professional gamers. On the screen, the second test was ongoing. The scenery changed into a forest view with many trees on the way. At the end of the forest was a vast canyon, spreading around 100 meters wide. Only a single log connected two grounds together. The goal laid at the end of that canyon, a simple area with a checkered black and white flag. Ah, this will be a breeze for him. Flexi chuckled as he watched Breeze move through the forest as if no trees were in the way. After all, this guy passed through Night's Journey Midnight Forest in under 8 minutes. No one is faster than him in the forest. As Flexi had said, Max had no problem moving through the forest and uneven terrains. He even used the trunks as footholds and the branches to help him move around easier. After a few seconds, the end of the forest could be seen. Max increased his speed without worrying about the small log. He was confident in his balance. If he wanted to, he could stand on a single rope, not to mention a log with a diameter of around 50 centimeters. As for height, if that were a problem, to begin with, Max wouldn't even consider himself a tresor and start a parkour. In the end, the second test only took him 52 seconds, a bit later than the first test because the track was also longer. Max stood within the glowing circle with a checkered flag and a wide grin. Next, the scenery changed once again to prepare for the third test. Watching how fast Max finished the first two tests, Mr. Taka couldn't help but smile widely. He guessed it. No, he trusted his gut feeling. This will be big. No one doubted it. Even breaking Puppeteer's record wouldn't be a dream at this current pace. We will create a new world record in this program. How marvelous. The third test was different from the rest. If the first and second tested a person's dexterity and agility, the third test tested a reaction speed. Unlike the other tests, this one had a designated time of 1 minute. Not only that, the test taker was unable to move beyond a meter from the center. They were trapped inside a glass wall. What they needed to do was simple. It was to avoid an incoming laser. Will he be able to do it without dying in this test? Mr. Taka asked himself as he watched the screen. Max stood in the center of a white room from before. However, unlike the first room he entered before the first test, there were many devices alongside the wall. Just as he looked around, the 1-minute countdown in the air also started to decrease slowly. Following that, a laser appeared. Whoosh! It was a vertical laser that moved from one side to another. The speed was also moderate, not too fast, and not too slow. It was like a person's running speed. Dodging it was easy for Max. He just needed to duck. As much as possible, he didn't want to jump as that would make him unable to move for a second. Zoop! Swoosh! This time, two lasers crossing against each other appeared. Not only did they move toward Max, but they also moved up and down. Their movement was static and easy to guess. Once again, Max dodged it easily. Now comes the hard part. The first two were just like a tutorial. Now that the player was used to the laser's movement, the real test started. 5 lasers appeared at once, moving around the wall as they moved toward the other side. Their speed was faster than the first 2 lasers. Dodging them would be rather tricky as he needed to find the gap created at the perfect time. In short, he needed to either predict where the gap would be or just react to it when it got close. Max chose the latter. Thinking in this kind of situation would only make his body stiff. 3 were on the right side, and 2 were on the ceiling. When the lasers got closer, the gap could be seen at the corner of the closed space. There it is. He needed to think fast. His eyes observed the lasers to find a small gap that would allow him to survive. Getting injured was fine. He just needed at least 70% of his body to stay intact. And he found it. Over there. His feet moved as soon as he found the gap. He leapt toward the glass barrier that kept him inside and used it to jump again. He did it so many times that he moved up until he hit the ceiling. At the same time, the lasers reached him. His heart was beating faster than usual, but his eyes looked calm. Pissed. When the laser touched his hair, he immediately curled into a ball and kicked forward. The rotating lasers seemed to be ready to cut him into pieces. However, swoosh! By a miracle, Max was able to go away with only his legs cut. His upper body was still intact, and he used his hands to slow down his fall. The countdown in the air slowly approached 0. And when it disappeared, the scenery changed. Max's legs regenerated after it was covered in blue glow. The cheers erupted in the waiting room. Woo! He survived. He freaking survived the last laser. No way. Crazy. This is crazy. Motherfucker. Impressive. Quote. Mr. Taka's smile widened from ear to ear. His fist was clenched hard as the sound of money rang in his ears. Ah, we succeeded. We make history. Our program will succeed, and my promotion will be guaranteed. Breeze. Truly a golden goose. I am glad I found him. Controlling his heart, which was beating fast out of excitement and the danger he barely survived earlier, Max picked himself up and was ready for the 4th test. It was a flaming ground, and he needed to cross through it to finish the test. Now, it was time to show off his balance. It's so hot. I will finish it in 20 seconds. He wiped a fake sweat from his forehead and began to run. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author ShuviLily by link in description. How long has it been since Breeze started? Mr. Taka's voice rang as his eyes were still focused on the screen. His glasses reflected the screen that showed Breeze moving at a fast speed without decreasing his speed, even once since the third test. It's been 5 minutes and 52 seconds, 54 seconds now. Dr. Artie answered as he looked at the small screen above his smartwatch. It showed a stopwatch that he started when Max started the test. And he's already in the 8th test. Once again, Mr. Taka questioned. His eyes narrowed in disbelief, but his lips betrayed his expression. It was full of happiness. How are his vitals? Only his heartbeats increased more than normal. However, that's due to his adrenaline and excitement. So I must say that there is nothing wrong with him. All vitals are green. Really? A surprised voice escaped Mr. Taka's lips as he looked at Dr. Artie. He got a nod from the doctor and heaved a sigh, returning his attention to the screen. Is he a human? No. How could he be so calm at this kind of test? Newbies usually feel pressure under expectation. Maybe he was used to it. Dr. Artie added a suggestion. Flexi's vitals were also normal earlier. That guy doesn't count. Among all the streamers I know, he's the most carefree and energetic one. Something like pressure is non-existent in his dictionary. Ha ha ha, you're so harsh to him. I praised him, Mr. Taka said. His hands couldn't help but tremble in excitement as he watched the screen. Breeze has just finished the 9th test. Only the hardest one remained. Swoosh. The scenery around Max changed for the 10th time. He began to get exhausted from the test, but his movement was still the same as before. There was nothing different, and he finally reached the end. Now I really need to be careful. The 1st to 9th tests were designed to determine a person's capability, starting from their dexterity, agility, reaction speed, balance, and other stuff related to how well one moved in the VR world. However, the 10th test, the hardest one, was different. It tested everything and mashed all tests into one, creating a test room filled with traps and obstacles that needed to be passed without getting killed. The 10th test was just a straight 300-meter hallway with tight ropes, strong wind, and a pitfall trap. Added with some flying knives that would appear randomly and a fire that could burn one to ash immediately. And yes, all traps were randomly placed depending on RNG to make the test fair without any chance for people to remember the most efficient path. It was no wonder this test was designated as the last one. One thing that became Max's saving grace was Max didn't need to time it because the trap was only on the ground in the middle of the hallway. When he got close to the spike trap, he jumped and began to run into the wall, avoiding the 2 traps altogether. He kicked the wall and moved like a ninja. Gravity seemed to be non-existent, and he continued running on the ground once he passed the 200-meter line. The hallway shrunk to half its size. It was now only 1 meter wide to the way to the finish. A golden button was waiting to be pressed on top of a red pedestal. Projectiles were shot toward him, aiming for his whole body. From darts, knives, to even arrows, it didn't stop pouring from the end of the hallway. Of course, it wasn't impossible to dodge, just really difficult. Max died once more, impaled to the head by an arrow. He respawned once again and tried again. For the record, Flexi needed 8 tries before crossing the 300-meter line and pressing the finish button. He was an experienced streamer who enjoyed playing VR games and had more than 5,000 hours of total playtime. He was used to it. As for Max, a little bit more. He was faster with each try, and the finish line was just on the sight. At that moment, many projectiles were shot at once. Only a small gap could be passed. But that was enough. Max jumped without hesitation and spun his body midair, dodging the incoming projectiles. His hand was stretched to the front as much as he could. Then, a loud cheer erupted as he pressed the golden button. Ding ding ding. You have finished the synchronization test. Final time. 0 hours 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. Hearing the notifications that came right after he pressed the button, Max broke into a big smile. Fuck yeaaaahhh. He shouted loudly out of the excitement that he cursed. I did it. But the notification wasn't over yet. There was something that hadn't appeared yet. Ding. Synchronization rate is calculated. Finished. Synchronization rate is 98.5%. Synchronization rate worldwide ranking, 2. Quote. No one in the waiting area or even Mr. Taka, who stood in front of the monitoring area, said anything. Their eyes glued on the golden numbers floating on top of Max's head. The two glowing numbers showed his time and his synchronization rate. Dr. Artie. After a while, Mr. Taka finally spoke. Everyone's attention turned to him as he looked at the doctor, who prepared to help Max get out of the capsule. This is real, right? Based on the data, yes. His vitals are also green, so this record is valid. Sick. A grin broke into Mr. Taka's smile afterward. Holy. Breeze just broke a record. And his synchronization rate. What the heck? He wasn't lying, ha ha ha. Flexi shouted loudly as he jumped from his chair. He broke into a run toward Mr. Taka and Dr. Artie without caring about the others. At that moment, the VR capsule was opened, and Max exhaled a sigh. His body was covered in sweat, just like usual, even though there was a better cooling system in the capsule he used. When he opened his eyes again, he almost jumped in surprise as what he saw the first thing was two men's faces with a disgusting grin. He, congratulations, my friend. Flexi exclaimed energetically. Congratulations on breaking the record, Mr. Breeze. I was quite surprised. Pleasantly. Mr. Taka added with a small laugh. Looking at their gleeful expression, Max couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you. But may I get a towel? My body is really drenched from concentrating too much. Ah, apologies. Towel. Mr. Taka looked around, searching for a towel. Here is the towel. Fortunately, Dr. Artie was prepared. He handed the towel to Max with a soft smile. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. Both of them nodded at each other, and Max got out of the capsule. Flexi kept bothering him as he walked back to the waiting area. Everyone was looking at him, congratulating him on his new record. A jealous expression was clear on Madlad's face. As soon as he was allowed to leave, Max immediately returned to his room and locked the door. He didn't want Flexi to disturb his rest. However, the energetic streamer and his new friend would always find a way to disturb him. This time, it was by text. Flexi. Hey, how cold. Why did you lock the door? Flexi. Aren't we friends? The notification kept ringing as the messages entered one by one until it piled up to 10. Max looked at the screen while gritting his teeth in irritation. For fuck's sake, please let me rest. His condition wasn't the best yet, so the test earlier took a lot from him. Naturally, Flexi didn't know that, and Max didn't want to be rude to him as he had helped him a lot. So, the only choice he had was to reply to him. Breeze. I am quite tired, so I will sleep. Good night. He hoped that would be enough to stop Flexi. But, he was too naive. Flexi. Is that so? What a shame. And here I am, kind enough to let you see the edited video of our collaboration before I upload it. I guess you aren't curious. Well, just watch it tomorrow after you wake up. Of course, on my channel. Video. Reading that message, Max's eyes widened in realization. Right, he said he would upload the video of the collaboration. I also hadn't uploaded all my VODs, as I made them private. Damn it, how could I forget about that? Many things happened in the last day that was so busy. He quickly wrote a reply and jumped off his bed. Breeze. I will watch it now. Where are you? Putting on a jacket, he opened the door of his room. The question he just sent to Flexi was answered by then. Flexi was standing in front of his room with his secretary, Lisa, behind him. He had a smile on his face, and his right hand was raised. Yo, I know you will open the door for me, my friend. Max's expression was twisted in defeat. He should have known that it was just bait. He looked at Lisa, who gave him an apologetic look. Not even his secretary could stop him, huh? He thought, sighing tiredly. How can he still have a lot of energy left after all of that? Pointing inside with his thumb, he said, "Come in. Let's watch the video together. Hello everyone. Your favorite streamer, Flexi, is here. Surprise, surprise, there is something special in today's stream." The video started with Flexi's introduction as he appeared alone in his lobby. It was when both of them were preparing for the streams. However, there was something different. "Let me introduce you to today's guest, Breeze." When Flexi said that, Max's avatar appeared behind him from the air, landing perfectly like a superhero. It was dramatic and was given some effect to make it look better. Following that, they made an agreement to attack the fort siege together, and the scene flashed, changing perspective immediately to Max's. He had sent the VOD to Flexi as requested just right after the livestream ended that day. The previous first POV turned into the third POV immediately, giving a clear idea of what happened when Max massacred the first batch of enemies they faced for Flexi's viewers. First kill, triple kill, rampage, godlike. Each time Max killed a barbarian with his axe, various sound effects and popping words appeared. They were pretty flashy and colorful, contrasting the knight's journey's dull color and full of mosaic blood. It added the visual and made it look more animated than it should be. When the first batch of the barbarians' army got massacred and Max turned around, an explosion effect appeared. "Let's go. We're done here." Max's voice rang through the speaker, a bit deeper than the real one. However, it was perfect with the image shown in the video, adding ambiance to the situation. Once again, the video changed. It showed Flexi's POV as he watched Max reach his spot at the highest part of the hill. The split started. And since Max hadn't seen Flexi's POV yet, he became quite interested, although the video was already edited heavily. "Alright then. Guys, let's kill the boss before Breeze can reach the southern wall. As if you can do it. Do you think we will believe you? PFF'd. You. I think you will die. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Die on the boss and let Breeze teach you wall run. Reward. 5,000 diamonds. Oh. While the chat became full of words because Bloodsucker was banned and Flexi slipped, the boss began to move angrily toward him. He had his great sword above his head, ready to strike Flexi down into a paste. "You are underestimating me, son." With those words from the boss, Flexi's life was no more. His head was split, and a mosaic filled the screen. The words, "You are dead," written in blood-like letters filled the screen, and the video changed once again. It showed Max's confusion and disbelief as he landed on the tightrope perfectly. What? The scenery soon changed into the lobby, with Flexi apologizing to Max while scratching his head. It was a comedic scene, and the former's chat was making fun of him, just like the latter's. All viewers blamed Flexi for ruining a good run. However, their reaction changed once again when Flexi asked Max to teach him a wall run. They thought that everything was planned perfectly, while it was not. As proof, the edited video had Flexi's inner thoughts playing out loud. "Safe. I can cover my mistake like this." To further emphasize it, big subtitles were written just right under Flexi's face. The video continued with Max teaching Flexi until the newly recruited disciple was able to do a wall run once. The total duration was around 29 minutes, shorter than the actual livestream. However, it was packed and exciting. A black screen with thank you words appeared after it ended. Max exhaled a long sigh and leaned back against the chair he sat on. That was good. The editor did his best to deliver the edited version without missing the main point of the stream. Though I am quite surprised that Bloodsucker gave you a mission. He looked at Flexi. Ha ha ha, me too. Well, I didn't expect him to give me a mission, either. I accepted it, but I never planned to throw the game. Also, it was thanks to Lisa that I didn't need to do anything about him. She banned him immediately. It's because he uses a banned word. Lisa, standing beside Flexi, answered. She looked as serious as usual. And we need to return to our room soon, Flexi. There is a call you need to make. Oh, is it already at that time? Flexi raised his eyebrows and looked at his smartwatch to check the time. Then, he turned to Max with an apologetic look. Sorry, I can't stay any longer, my friend. I have an important meeting with my editor after this. No problem. We can talk again tomorrow. Max answered as he stood up. Inside his mind, he was happy that Flexi didn't stay longer. He wanted to rest for the day already. After both of them said goodbye, Flexi and Lisa left the room together. The secretary nodded at Max and gestured apologetically. It seemed like she knew that he didn't want to be bothered and pulled Flexi away. He was thankful for the gesture. Now then, I need to make all my VODs public and then sleep. I also should set up my social media when I have time. Having no assistant is hard. Should I also find one like Flexi? Lisa seems to be capable and helps him a lot. The list went on. Max grumbled and sat on his bed. He realized that what he had just said wasn't realistic at all. There was a fundamental problem with that. I have no money to spend on such luxury yet. I guess I will do everything alone for a while. April 10th, in the Biozone Entertainment's conference room. Today was the announcement of the Knight's Journey program. The team was working hard to prepare for it and called many gaming reporters from all around the United Nations. It was an ambitious project that aimed for 1 million concurrent viewers on the Punch streaming platform. All advertisement was needed, even if that meant calling those reporters to spread this news. They were sitting behind long tables, readying their smartwatch to record everything. There was no need for a fancy camera or a recorder, as the watch also had a recording quality comparable enough to a modern camera. Naturally, the reporters were still oblivious to what kind of something that would be announced. They came by blind, trusting Biozone Entertainment's reputation. What are they going to announce this time? The last time they gathered us like this was when they announced their latest game, Knight's Journey, 2 months ago. Will there be a new game released soon? I don't know. My boss suddenly told me to attend without giving much details. If it's not Biozone Entertainment, I will surely refuse such a sudden invitation. The reporters who just came by because their boss ordered them to were curious. Some were grinning as they seemed to get the leak that was spread on the forum. But they were also confused about something. Why did they call us for something so simple? I don't believe a press conference is necessary to release that information. One of the reporters, wearing a low hat and cream suit, thought deeply. John was already working around the gaming circle for a few years, someone who could be called a veteran reporter. Based on his experience, announcing a games program with streamers was usually done only through websites and promotional videos. Not even Biozone Entertainment would call reporters just to spread such a thing. The reason was simple. Their target market was already clear, and just a simple post on the website, community forum, and fan page was enough to spread it. What's their goal and what's that interesting program? I am curious. But that's my job to find out in this press conference. Axes. If my memory serves me correctly, a newbie just rose in the Knight's Journey community and gained many viewers in his livestream. I believe his name is. As John thought that, the screen changed. The camera closed up to the handsome boy, who grinned confidently while crossing his arms. The name, Breeze, was written under his body, which was surrounded by a glowing effect. Yeah, Breeze. I remember him. His rising fame in the Knight's Journey community looks like a storm has taken it, not just a gentle breeze. So he would also participate in the upcoming program. The reporter nodded. The introduction continued to the second boy, Mad Lad, and the girl, Lily Pixel. They also crossed their arms for some reason. No one knew why, but the three of them had the same poses and were put side by side, with Breeze in the middle. Following that, the screen changed and introduced the program. Veteran and Newbie, versus. Text and voice that explained the program rang with a background video of the fort siege. I see, the girl is Stonesword's partner to achieve that world record. That's why they invited her. Breeze and Mad Lad are also rising newbies. I understand now. John nodded, listening to the introduction quietly. After the explanation of the program was finished, it then introduced the veteran streamers and their partner. First was Stone Sword. His best clips when playing Knight's Journey were played together with a girl next to him. They achieved a world record for a duo speedrun. Thus, they became the first partner, an obvious one in this case. Second was Flexi. An annoyingly energetic streamer was shown in a pathetic state after failing a wall run when fighting the boss. Then, he begged his partner, Breeze, to teach him how to do it. And the practice arc started. The third was Ronin Knight. The footage was taken yesterday after the others returned to their room. Both he and Mad Lad walked toward a crowd of barbarians without fear and decimated them. They were the participants of the interesting program, Veteran and Newbie, versus. After 3 clips were played, their pictures covered the whole screen. In the center were the first pair, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. On their right were Flexi and Breeze. Lastly, on their left were Ronin Knight and Mad Lad. The reporters clapped their hands after the introduction was over, thinking that the video ended. However, the screen once again changed. We have written a new history to the gaming world. A bold statement was written in fiery letters, floating on a white background. Everyone noticed what that background was. It was the first area of the synchronization test. For the first time after 5 years. Another sentence appeared. Following that, the scene changed, showing golden letters floating above a blurry figure's head. One of our participants. Final time. 0 hours 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Final time worldwide ranking. 1. Have broken the record. Shock. Without any exception, all reporters gasped. Someone among the participants had set a new record in the synchronization test, something that had stood for over 5 years. No one knew who broke the record because the figure was blurred and hidden. Who is he? How high is his synchronization rate? A provoking sentence, inducing curiosity that couldn't be itched, showed up on the screen. A burst of laughter could also be heard in the background. Find out in 3 days, April 13th, at our channel. With that, the screen turned blank, and Mr. Taka walked to the podium. With a confident smile on his face, he held the edge of the wood and leaned forward. That's our announcement. We will enter the question and answer segment now. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Hearing that sentence, all reporters raised their hands at once. It's really rowdy, Max commented as he watched the question and answer segment going on from a back room together with the other streamers. These reporters are really energetic, reminding me of someone. Only one person would call his real name in this place. Turning around, Max saw the only pair of siblings walking out of the building toward him. He smiled at them and greeted her back. Hello. Are you guys about to take the Sky Rail to return, too? Then he turned to Stone Sword as they stopped before him. We are about to return, but not with Sky Rail. Stone Sword replied on Lily's behalf, and I heard from Lily that you lived around Lime City. That's right. Max nodded at him. There was no need to deny it. He met Lily for the first and second time in a park near his apartment. Perfect. Stone Sword smiled at him. How about you return with us? It will be faster than Sky Rail. Come with us. Lily added with a nod. We will fly. Fly. Max thought as he looked at them, confused by the sudden invitation. But once again, he was interested in what they meant by flying. Going back alone would be lonely. And Flexi, his friend, had another plan with his sponsor, so he left early. If he accepted Stonesword's invitation, he could also talk and ask for tips to stream from him, which was a rare chance. The guy seemed to change how he viewed him too, and became more friendly. There might be a chance he would tell him a secret or two about the industry. I can also ask for an online game recommendation from him. That will be better than trying to research and save me from a headache. So, if it doesn't bother you, I will be in your care. He accepted the invitation. Lily smiled when she heard his answer. Stone Sword also nodded. I will also be in your care. Let's prepare for the arrival of our vehicle then. They turned around and walked inside the building once again, much to Max's confusion. But then, he realized something. Fly. Are they using a helicopter to return to Lime City? Max quickly followed them so he wasn't left behind. Unfortunately, that thinking was naive and originated from Earth and a poor boy living in a government apartment. He greatly underestimated the technology and the power of money in this world and soon would be forced to understand it. Max indeed greatly underestimated this world and its technology. When he arrived at the rooftop with Stone Sword and Lily, a private jet actually arrived and landed vertically. Not only was the plane stable, but there was also no strong wind that was usually created when a helicopter or the plane's engine was on. "It's just a small jet, but enjoy your flight," Stone Sword said as they entered the jet and were welcomed by the crew inside. "Ha ha ha. Small," he said. The private jet's size was actually the same as the average passenger plane back on Earth. The interior design was luxurious, built like a living room, and had a rather vast space. They must be pretty rich. No, maybe just rich was underestimating them. Filthy rich might be a better word to use to describe their wealth. "It's an amazing jet." Sitting across from Stone Sword and Lily, Max let out an amazed voice as the jet took off. There was almost no sound or a rocky feeling at all. It was a smooth takeoff. He looked at the two, who kindly invited him, and smiled. "Once again, thank you for inviting me. Ha ha ha, our destination is the same, so it's nothing. Besides, I want to talk to you about something, Breeze." Stone Sword replied and crossed his legs. "Please, feel free to," Max responded. It was just perfect. Breaking the ice and getting closer to him was something Max also wanted, as he was curious about Stone Sword and asked for some advice. "I wonder," Stone Sword started, leaning slightly, "how did you train to move that good? Wall run is actually not something new, many people have tried it. However, all they could do was stop themselves in the air for a little bit before jumping away." "Yes, I believe you call that double jump." Max nodded. It wasn't so surprising. People would always try to do something new, even if it sounded stupid and didn't seem to be possible. "How do I train? Actually, I never trained. I just ran a lot and tried to find the fastest way to reach my school back then. Ha ha ha. I was quite poor and stingy that I couldn't even afford Sky Rail and chose to run. That's how I trained." But Max wasn't like them. Compared to other people who thought that his wall run was unique, he knew better than anyone could learn them. Before that happened, he would use it, the simple trick, in exchange for important knowledge. "I'd like to ask for some advice regarding streaming if you don't mind." Ha ha ha, I am a bit uncertain about what I should do next as I finished Knight's Journey already. Without a doubt, Stone Sword had extensive knowledge as he was a veteran streamer. His specialty was a realistic game, but that didn't change the fact he knew something more than newbies like Max. Knowledge was power. Stone Sword smiled softly after hearing Max's words. "Sharing is caring," he said. "I don't mind as long as you promise not to tell anyone. I quite like you, so I will share what I know with you." "I am sorry, but I like girls," Max retorted jokingly and moved back slightly. PFF'd. Lily burst out laughing after she heard Max's "Sorry, please continue," she said, covering her mouth with her hand, still laughing. "You're also quite funny," Stone Sword commented. "I like you even more now. No homo." He raised his hand to show that he was serious. Actually, he wasn't offended at all and enjoyed joking around. People around him were too stiff, so it was quite pleasant to have someone who didn't even care or know about his position like Max. Maybe that's why Lily is also comfortable around him. He thought, "This guy is quite funny. Phew, I thought my chastity was in danger." Max sighed in relief and smiled. "Setting that aside, let's continue. The trick to wall run, huh? If you do it like this." Max began to explain the trick to wall run to Stone Sword, explaining it while showing the video of him teaching Flexi from his VOD. After he was done, Stone Sword also gave some advice. He even answered Max's question about what games were popular lately and likely gaining viewers' attention. Both of them were pleased with the conversation. They quickly became friends with each other and even exchanged chat ids. Lily also asked for Max's, saying to contact her anytime if he needed anything. Before long, the private jet landed in Lime City. Max returned home by walking. He was initially offered to be taken home by hovercar, as his apartment was around 12 km away from the landing ground, but he refused. Because of the press conference this morning, he hadn't had a chance to jog and exercise to maximize the nutritional supplement's effect. Using that as an excuse, he quickly ran out of the airport after saying goodbye to Stone Sword and Lily. He arrived at his apartment after an hour. He took time to get some refreshing drink on the way and looked around the area to enjoy the city view. Phew, that was a bit tiring. Thud. Arriving at his house, Max immediately put his bag down and lay on his bed. It was midday, the sun was straight on top of his head earlier. His body was drenched with sweat as a result. He didn't change his clothes immediately and opened a hologram screen inside. It was filled with notes that he recorded from Stonesword's explanation earlier as well as game recommendations for him. Still, Stone Sword is too kind. He gave me a lot of recommendations. There is no way I can play them all. There were a total of 6 games that Stone Sword recommended. All of them had different genres, from action fantasy, survival, dating sims, and horror to even FPS. It made Max a bit hesitant to choose. The Shelter Survival, Return of Lycan, The Fabled Door, Bikes or Girls, Traditional Warfare, or Breaking Havoc, huh? Some games were released way back but were still popular and had stable viewers count and punch. Among them, 3 were online games, and 3 were offline. Max had already promised to play an online game next, so he quickly crossed the 3 games, Bikes or Girls, Return of Lycan, and The Fabled Door. He was left with the other 3. Survival, FPS, and roleplay games are left. All of them are difficult choices. He mused loudly as he sat up. His hand stroked his chin, thinking deeply. He knew these games from the integrated memories from his transmigration, and he had to admit he quite liked these 3. The Shelter Survival, just as its name implied, was a survival game revolving around looting and making a base called Shelter in a certain city. Many players could join a lobby at once, and it could be played by up to 100 players in one server. The premise was like a battle royale, but those with the highest point counted from the shelter won. Obviously, players could raid other shelters and form teams. That was the whole point of this survival game. It also had a solo mode that only focused on looting and building bases. The threat in this mode was NPCs that guarded the looting area and sometimes could raid a player's base. Sometimes, even infected zombies showed up, and they often harassed players. Traditional Warfare was an FPS game with a setting in the past. It was said the game's setting was in the past. However, the guns were very modern for Max, looking at how this world was already in the future compared to Earth. He was familiar with them. Right. The lunch rush wasn't as busy as in the past. Nenah looked around the empty restaurant with a sad face. I wonder if there was a new restaurant opening near us. Or maybe people are already tired of eating noodles. That doesn't matter. Chef Rush responded and turned around. We can only do our best to serve the customers the best noodles I can make. That's it. Watching her father walk inside again, Nenah couldn't help but lower her gaze. Is that truly the case? She knew that the sales had decreased for a few months already. If it went like this and the sales got lower than this, there was a risk that they would be in the red and couldn't even pay for their daily necessities. Well, let's be optimistic. People may be just tired of eating noodles. Soon, they will return. Yes, not everyone eats noodles every day like Max. Thinking so, she took off her apron and went to her room on the 2nd floor while giggling. When reaching her room, she immediately operated her smartwatch and opened the news page. She missed today's morning news due to preparation, so she planned to read it as she had time to rest. As a normal 19-year-old girl, she also had a favorite streamer that she followed. It was always her enjoyment reading about streamer-related news. The segment usually talked about new rising stars, a drama or scandal, and a big streamer event. Today, the news seemed to be about a new event, veteran and newbie, versus. However, Nenah saw an unexpected face standing beside the streamer that she followed the most, Flexi. Huh. At first, she didn't believe it and rubbed her eyes. It must be a mistake. She refreshed the page and looked at it again. The image didn't change. Hua, she shouted in surprise as her eyes widened. TT, this is. Isn't he Max? The name written under the image said, Breeze, but Nenah knew better. She wouldn't mistake her friends from childhood and the boy she met almost every day for anyone else, no matter how much he had changed. And so, she was certain. This is Max. Max has become a streamer. Slurp. Slurp. A young man sat in front of a brand new capsule in the corner that seemingly was more luxurious than any furniture or even the bed in the room while eating an instant noodle cup. He hadn't realized it before as he didn't look around, but the latest VR capsule had been installed in place of his old capsule. The latter was also gone and couldn't be found anywhere. Slurp. But that wasn't a problem. He couldn't use two capsules at the same time, anyway. And if he had to choose between the old and the new one, gulp, he would choose the latest generation one. Huff. That was delicious. Thankfully, I found it before the expiration date. If I forgot about it, then it would just be trash in this room waiting to be found. Max stood from his bed and threw the empty cup into the trash can. It was already 5 p.m., an hour before his livestream. He wanted to lay around the bed and rest more, but he had a promise. Nenah wanted to talk about something in her lobby. What is it, I wonder? This afternoon, his longtime friend suddenly messaged him that she wanted to talk with him. He asked whether he should go to the restaurant or not, but she said to meet her later in her lobby. She would invite him. Entering his new VR capsule, which was the same model he used in the test yesterday, he fitted his body perfectly and entered the VR world. A vast grassy plain greeted him with nothing but a single tree and a set of a table and a chair. Max sat down and opened the Knight's Journey forum, which was filled with recent news while waiting for Nenah's invitation. Breeze has gone worldwide. The truth behind Flexi and Breeze's collaboration. Veteran and newbie, versus. Stonesword's pair versus Breeze and Flexi's fair. Exciting battle. The threads were filled with the program announced by Biozone Entertainment. But it wasn't only that. The new synchronization test world record. Breeze or Lily Pixel? What happened? He asked in his mind. She's not the type to call me to her private lobby out of nowhere. From what I remember, she would only do this if there was a big problem plaguing her mind. That's right, hee. Nenah giggled and scratched the back of her head. She suddenly stopped and gasped, "Ah, are you sure you can talk with me right now? Aren't you busy with your new job? I don't bother you, right? Didn't you always stream at 6 p.m.? Huh?" Max raised his voice slightly. "How did you know? I didn't tell you about that yet." It wasn't like he didn't want to tell her, but he didn't want to make Nenah worried. Being a streamer wasn't stable, and before, he wasn't even sure he could make money from it. But after what happened 2 days ago, with Flexi transferring $15,000 to him, he planned to tell her about his new job soon. To think she would find out about it before he could have a chance to was surprising. "I read about a new streamer event in the morning news. Hee, you're famous now. Not that famous if compared to Flexi and Stone Sword." He chuckled dryly. "Anyway, what do you want to talk about? I will listen to it as long as you need me to." While streaming was important, Nenah's matter came first. He was truly indebted to the girl for not outright ignoring him. And he wasn't an asshole who forgot about the favor he received. In his memory, Nenah had never called him before. "I called you to congratulate you," Nenah exclaimed with a bright smile. "We need to celebrate it, don't you think so?" "Congratulations, Max." She was lying. For some reason, Max was able to tell that much. His expression fell down. "I am happy that you congratulate me, Nenah. However, please be honest with me. I can at least lend my ears to listen to your problem." After saying that, he looked at Nenah's reaction. Her smile fell and turned sad. "I can't hide anything from you, huh?" she muttered in a sad voice as she walked to the chair next to Max. Sitting down, Nenah poured water into a glass cup and drank it slowly. "Will you hear what I want to say? Please. I don't know who I could consult with." "Sure." Max looked at her and nodded. that's what I am here for, right? Hearing that, Nenah smiled again, tears trailing down her cheeks. Thank you, Max. Then, she began to tell him about her worry. Phew, that makes me feel better. Thank you, Max. I need to help my dad soon for the dinner rush. Please, don't think too much about it. I really appreciate you for hearing my story. You're welcome. Good luck with that. Yeah, really. Thank you. After bidding farewell, Nenah logged out from the VR, and Max was forced to return to his private lobby. He let out a long sigh and sat down on the chair, troubled. Nenah's problem was not just a simple one. It was not that of love or relationship but something more fundamental. The restaurant has been in the red for a few months. And lately, there are almost no customers because a new noodle restaurant opened a branch near this area. The construction worker he saw a few days ago was actually building the new noodle restaurant. It opened yesterday and took almost all customers away. She looked so worried. He thought. Someone he owed a great debt to was in trouble. Max wanted to help them if possible. Giving them money was impossible. They would definitely refuse it if he suddenly did it. And he could imagine Chef Rush getting angry if he tried to help them directly. I don't want to anger him. He looks so scary and can squash me like a bug with those muscles. Then, the help he could offer was only an indirect one. He had an idea but didn't know whether Nenah would appreciate it or not. Even when she knew he was a streamer, she didn't ask for help and congratulated him for his success. She would have appealed to him to make content of the restaurant or something, promoting it in his livestream. There were many ways. But, she didn't do it. She was genuinely happy that Max was able to stand on his feet now. And that felt rather strange, and he felt like he needed to do something. Of course, he also couldn't forget about his chatting stream tonight. Well, change of plan. Let's do an IRL stream tonight. My face was revealed in the program, and I can use this to greet my viewers directly. As for the place, a smile appeared on his face. You are absent-minded, so I can't help it. He chuckled playfully. HMPH. I guess you did that on purpose. She said, throwing her face away. Also, what are you doing here? Didn't you have a stream today? It's past the scheduled time already. Ah, about that. He pointed at the camera he held in his hand. Can I stream here? I have a chat-only stream today and am thinking of doing so while eating Chef Rush's noodles. Ha ha ha, I am quite hungry. Of course, that was a lie. He just ate an instant noodle before talking to Nenah. In fact, he didn't feel hungry a little bit. And Nenah knew that. Max, she muttered in a low voice and bit her lower lips. Just as he could read her easily, she could also read him like an open book. No matter how much he changed by new memories from Earth, Max's personality was still the same. Nenah knew he did it on purpose because he was worried about her after she shared her story. You really didn't need to do this, you know. Do what? Max asked, pretending to be oblivious. I told you that I am hungry. Ah, give me the best seller here, the one with pork chop. I got quite a pay from Biozone Entertainment, so I want to eat something good. It was Max's way of telling her that she didn't need to think much and just serve him as a waitress. He didn't do this for her but for himself. For once, he considered himself to be a selfish individual. He broke laws back on Earth just to reach places that he thought were good for parkour. It was wrong, but back then, he thought it was fun. And no matter what his friends told him, he wouldn't listen. And it also applied to what he did right now. If Nenah hadn't explicitly told him not to stream in this restaurant, he wouldn't listen to her and just did whatever he wanted. He knew the girl wouldn't do that to him. It's unfair. She spoke in a low voice that he couldn't hear and put up a business smile. Well then, selfish customer. The food will be ready in a while, so please take a seat. Hearing that, Max nodded and smiled. Thank you. Tell the chef to make it extra large. I will also take the special drink too, Miss Waitress. Cheeky Max. Nenah giggled happily. Her mood was restored thanks to joking around. Wait for a while. We will give you the best noodles you have ever tasted in the world. I am looking forward to it. He said, ah, no spinach noodles, please. Hee, the chef's special is up to the chef. You will get what he made. She commented and went to the kitchen. After Max watched Nenah disappear into a kitchen, he went to the inconspicuous corner and set his camera down, facing him. The wireless microphone was clipped on his collar, and he observed the livestream room with a small screen he brought in front of him. The number of viewers increased to 4,500, and they were quite impatient and asked him to start the stream soon. Why? Simple. The other streamers who also joined the program would only stream at 8 p.m., unlike Max, who usually started at 6. The two of them, Ronin Knight and Mad Lad, also didn't stream today as their residences were far from New Eden City. As for Stone Sword, he announced that he would only stream after the program was over. He mentioned he wanted to do training with Lily Pixel as the opponents couldn't be underestimated. That was why curious viewers and people joined Max's livestream. They wanted to hear directly about the program from the participants. It's ready. All equipment was set. All Max needed to do was to change the loading screen to the camera 1. The streaming screen changed. It showed Max jumping and spinning a few times, cutting the screen and transitioning it to the camera 1. Hello, guys. Ha ha ha, I finally showed my face in the livestream. How do you like my new loading screen? That was awesome. Damn, the transition was smooth and sick. ... This guy is really good looking. Breeze's face. This maidenless knight has such a handsome feature. Hiya, Breeze. Marry me. The chat exploded at once at his greeting. It moved so fast that Max couldn't really read all of them, unlike before. 4,000 viewers might be too much. But thankfully, I can slow it down on another screen and actually read some of the chat. I might need to make a slow mode for my chat soon, putting 10 seconds of cooldown for each chat. That was already late for this livestream, so he needed to work around this for now. Ha ha ha, you guys are rowdy. This time, I want to talk about this morning's announcement and about the next game I should play. Oh, right now I am also in a restaurant to eat, so we will do a mukbang too. Let me tell you, this rush noodle is really good, and I am looking forward to eating it again. It sounds like an ad. Rush noodle. I never heard of it. This guy has been getting ads. Damn, it's not even a week since your first stream. Actually, it's my 5th day today. Max smiled at the camera. I started streaming at 5th, and it's now 10th. And no, it's not an ad. I just visited the restaurant I often went to, and the waitress allowed me to stream here. Ha ha ha, the noodles are also good, so I plan to have dinner too. Excuses. Sounds like a lie, but I will believe you. I am the noodle connoisseur. If you show me bad noodles, be prepared for the setback. It worked. This damn handsome monster is trying to get the girl. Refuse him. Let him be maidenless forever. Surely you jest. Nenah giggled, her face flushed slightly red from embarrassment. I need to prepare your drink, so please enjoy your meal. With that, she turned around and ran back into the kitchen. He's rejected. It failed, no. Ha 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 ha. Good game. Does that mean I have a chance with that cute waitress? Dream on, kid. Even this handsome monster was rejected. But, the waitress, face is red, isn't it? Doesn't that mean she's just shy? Or is she falling for Breeze? Tell me that she's not. Could be. Shy and cute. How wholesome. At the same time, Max also felt embarrassed. If not for the trick he learned from watching poker face tutorials, his face would definitely have a red tinge. That was so awkward. He screamed in his mind as he took chopsticks from the bowl. Cough. He cleared his throat and looked at the camera. Forget about the waitress from earlier, guys. Look at this dish. It looks so good. Don't worry, Breeze. We're also maidenless. LMAO, he changed the topic. We wanted to talk to that waitress again. Let the waitress talk again. Reading the chat, the corner of Max's lips twitched. These guys. All they think are girls. But that was how men were. Breeze, you can just go to my home. It's here, address. I will be waiting for you wearing a naked apron. Don't worry, Breeze. I am willing to take you in. You can cry in my bosom, baby. Correction. The girls were also hungry for boys. Ignoring them, Max began to eat the noodles with a satisfied expression. The slurping sounds made the viewers gulp. They all thought of one thing. It looks delicious. That was so delicious. The spiciness is on point. The noodles are soft, and the broth is thick and creamy. Not to mention, the pork chop is so tender, like it's melting in my mouth. It's not so heavy, but it's not too light either. If I have to explain it, it tastes heavenly. Max did his best to explain to the viewers the taste of the noodles he ate. It needed to be mentioned that he wasn't a professional food critic, but his explanation was satisfactory. The viewers were able to get a good sense of imagination from it. As a noodle connoisseur, I approve of this noodle. I have been thinking for a while, but isn't the correct term connoisseur. I searched bubble. Let him be. If he's connoisseur, then he's connoisseur. That looked so good. Not to mention the portion. It's not extra large but overflow. There is also a cute waitress. I mean, good drink. It looked so cute. I mean, it looks so refreshing. Police. Here is the guy. This old man wants to look at cute girls. He's ogling them. Police here, let me apprehend him. Watching all those food vloggers wasn't a waste of time. Thank you, he thought as he looked around. Some people entered the restaurant and began to order something. They glanced at him for a second while taking pictures secretly. Without a doubt, they were his viewers. And these guys are already here. They are fast. Thankfully, no one disturbed him and only took pictures from afar. Max was already used to being photographed while he was parkouring on Earth, so he didn't really mind. He even flashed a smile at them, the girls, as a sort of service. Even so, the livestream needed to be continued, so he looked back at the camera. Come on, guys. Let's forget about the waitress and continue to the Q&A section. I guess you guys are already curious about the program, right? The chat was filled with, yes, and, tell us already, with some viewers adding questions in the chat. I won't answer questions that are not through that form. But I already gave enough time to fill it, so I will close it now. Otherwise, endless questions will be waiting for me, and I can't really stay here forever. Indeed, you need a moderator soon, Breeze. The chat is going out of hand. You're right, freaking noob. I might ask some friends after this. Max agreed with him for obvious reasons. Anyway, let's move on to the questions. Max opened the site that gathered all questions from the form and displayed it on the side of his streaming screen, making its opacity 50% so it didn't really hide him but could still be read. Thanks to that, I also considered uploading my videos on PunchTube. I will open an editor recruitment soon, probably after I start the second game. Of course, it's still a rough plan. The details aren't decided yet. Damn, you can even hire an editor now. Interesting, so we can become your editor and get paid. No one recruits an editor like that. Trust is important between the two. Probably, he already has a candidate and uses this as a setting and excuse to hire him/her. People did this, you know. As they said, it was a bit risky. As the last person said, many people used a contest as bait to make content while they actually already had someone in mind to hire. It was so common in this world. But many people still took the chance even though they knew it was hopeless. It will be hard, Max thought, understanding the situation. But I have no friends or contact in this world. I don't know anyone that I can hire to be my editor, and I don't want to bother Flexi anytime I need something. So this is the only way to find one. Max decided to ignore those comments and proceeded to the next question. He answered them skillfully, dodging some strange questions with jokes and silly answers. The question about the next game he played also came, and he decided to answer it truthfully. I would like to play either V-Shelter Survival or Traditional Warfare next. I haven't decided yet, but it's definitely between these two games. And then, he arrived at the question that he had expected to be asked tonight. 36. Who's that mysterious person who broke the synchronization test's time record by more than a minute? Hehe, I know that you're expecting me to deny or lie to answer this question. But fear not, I shall answer it. He chuckled like a madman. With a confident smile, he pointed his thumb at his face and exclaimed. It was me, Breeze. The chat broke into chaos at his exclamation. Some viewers clipped it immediately and posted it on the forum. They got so excited that the question was answered. Some were skeptical, but Breeze's original fans defended him with all their strength. Breeze's name immediately shot up to the top of the internet search. The synchronization test and world record followed right under it. However, it was soon thrown into chaos again when Flexi made the same exclamation a few hours later. At that moment, they realized. They've been had. Those streamers had conspired to make a big lie. Thus, the topic became hot, and discussion flew from the left to the right corner of the internet. A certain someone laughed inside his office at the genius tactic these two streamers had used to keep the interest in the program at the top while spreading their names simultaneously. They are born to be a genius streamer. Mr. Taka commented as he kept laughing. Ding. Nenah. Max. I can't say anything but thank you. Thanks to you, the restaurant has the highest customer count today. Truly. Thank you. A heartfelt message popped up in the window in front of him, making Max smile happily. Breeze. You're welcome. Good luck with handling them. If there is someone who looks like he would harass you, just call me. Nenah. There was one guy. But he immediately went as quiet as a rock when he saw Dad holding two cleavers. His face is so pale. I wish you could see it. Chef Rush is scary. A chill was sent through his spine as he imagined the scene in the restaurant. An unknown man tried to look at Nenah with perverted eyes. Then, a giant with a body full of muscle stepped out of the kitchen while holding two bloody cleavers. Yeah, I better not make him mad. Breeze. That's good. It's almost midnight. Take a rest already. Nenah. You too. Also, I am cheering for you for that streamer event. Good night. Breeze. Thanks, Nenah. Good night. The screen disappeared as he saw Nenah leave the message board. He smiled as he threw his body onto the bed. I am glad my advertisement is working. He sighed in relief and put his arm over his head. Though I was too full as a result, Nenah became cheerful again. I guess I will need to work harder at the gym tomorrow. The next day, just as he promised last night, Max went to the gym and pushed himself. The effect of the nutritional supplement was still in his body, and he wanted to maximize it once more. His trainer, Ava, was displeased that he didn't show up for 2 days and actually didn't follow the diet menu. She turned into a devil and laughed when he couldn't move after the intense session. They only talked for a bit before proceeding to their practice. Because they were partners, Max didn't need to hide his secret path from Flexi anymore and surprised him. Both of them were certain that it would further cut the time needed to finish the instance if Flexi didn't mess up by more than a minute. Their training finished around 4 p.m. Of course, they only actually tried the instance once or twice. The rest of the time was spent planning and talking, so Max wasn't that exhausted yet. Phew. That guy is amazing if he's not screwing around. He managed to kill the boss just a minute after I managed to capture the flag. Not even Stone Sword and Lilypixel's pair could do that. No, it was more like they couldn't do both simultaneously with just a minute difference. We might be able to win this. Max decided to rest before starting streaming. The reason was Nenah's message. She prepared a meal for him and sent it to his doorstep with only a note. It put a smile on his face, and he had an early dinner. Today's dinner menu was, yes, noodles. A spinach noodle that he didn't really like but still delicious. He ate it because he didn't want to waste food and reminded himself to tell Nenah not to send him any again, as he was on a strict diet. That was delicious. Now, it's time to work. The VR capsule was whirring in the corner of the room, ready to be used. It opened its hatch as it detected Max approaching. All he needed to do was to lay down. Start the game. He commanded the capsule, and it answered by closing on the hatch. His consciousness was pulled into the VR world once again. This time, he wasn't in his lobby but was greeted by bold words with a bloody background. Shelter survival. Infected people with decayed skin and fleshes walked around the destroyed city, dragging their feet. Blood everywhere, pus was dripping from their faces. All buildings were covered in some sort of brown mushroom, making them look older than they were supposed to be. Electric cables dangling around from poles, threatening anyone near with high-voltage current that sparked from the tip. Scary background music was playing, adding a creepy atmosphere. Max, who had just logged in and saw the intro, was captivated. The game was indeed worth the $250 he spent. The loading screen started to play in Breeze's channel as notifications were sent to his followers. It's here. He finally plays a new game. One such person was a man in his 20s. He had a perm black hair and glasses to hide the dark circle around his eyes. His pale skin stood out in his room and lacked light, only lit with many hologram screens hovering around, making him look like a vampire. Damn Breeze. This guy is so good that he ate all my money. Without wasting a second, he opened the stream page and watched the loading screen change into the game screen. A grin appeared on his face. Let's see how you survive this game. In fact, this guy told other viewers to vote for this particular game because he wanted to see Breeze suffer. There was no need to guess this person's identity as he was someone insignificant among the viewers. Hello, guys. Ha, let's play some survival game. Breeze greeted them excitedly, as usual. And just like any other stream, this person immediately brought up his keyboard and donated while laughing like a madman. Ha. Bloodsucker has donated 200 diamonds. Ha. Suffer in this game, Breeze. I will look forward to it. I hope you won't run from the future's bet. This guy never learns. Max grinned as he saw the donation message. It was from his loyal viewers and the second highest donator in the ranking, Bloodsucker. Because he had such a high profile, he remembered him and even gave him a nickname that everyone used to call him. I will have to thank you for your donation in advance, sucker. No mercy, lol. Money Pocket donated at the start of the game. Poor sucker. Breeze only sees him as a walking wallet. Good to be you, sucker. At least Breeze remembers your existence. Shut up. And I am Bloodsucker, a vampire. Not just sucker. Max crossed his arms and nodded. Yeah. I understand that. He said, anyway, I think I need to explain what game I will play today. I don't know much, but at least I will read the introduction of the game. V-Shelter Survival was an online game published by Biozone Entertainment a year ago. It managed to gain popularity early on and broke 1 million concurrent viewers in just a few days. Max's avatar looked similar to his real life, as he didn't do any tweaking on it. Most streamers who had revealed their faces did the same to make the viewers remember them more easily. His character appeared with a blue light in the middle of the destroyed city. He wore a simple brown suit, covered in dirt and blood, and tactical pants. On his back was a backpack that served as a limited inventory with 2 breads and 1 water bottle. There was also a water purifier and a simple knife for self-defense. Those were the beginner sets that everyone got when they first started V-Shelter Survival. Ooh, Max exclaimed in wonder as he looked around the area. It's really different from Knight's Journey. I am in a destroyed civilization. Somehow, he fits the area pretty well. Is Breeze supposed to live in that place? Damn, the setting was a destroyed civilization from 20 years ago. All technology was still far behind what we have today, but my dad said that era was called modern instead of advanced. It's a destroyed modern world. I read about it in a history book. It said our technology had evolved faster after 2025. V-Shelter Survival took an IF route if our technology destroyed us. It's a really daring concept. Failed nutritional supplement becomes a virus that makes humans mad. That's a genius idea. Even the items we looted came from the modern world. First-time players might not be able to know what they can be used for. You guys are so knowledgeable that it's scary. Geeks. Modern world. Those words made Max stop looking around in amazement and observe his surroundings. Skyscrapers made from concrete and glass. Some familiar cars stopped by the sides of the road, destroyed beyond saving but recognizable nonetheless. The dark gray asphalt in place of the lighter one he always saw in Lime City. Without a doubt, it was similar to the modern world he knew. But this is not the Earth from my previous life. It could be a different timeline. Well, that's not too important. Yes, that was unfortunate, but not that important. One thing was sure. I can use my knowledge to know what items I loot and how to use them. Well, if it is any use. Once again, he had the advantage that the viewers didn't know. Even without looking at V-Shelter's community forum, Max was confident he could understand the items without any problem. I appreciate your help, guys. Now, where should I go first? I guess I need to find a place to build a shelter before it's gone dark. Having said that, he looked around while reading the chat. Most said to go to the north or west, while some told him to find a roof to look around first. Deciding on where to go according to chat's suggestion, he nodded and began moving. Max's destination was an abandoned police station nearby that he could see from his spawn point. He was lucky to appear in the middle of the city instead of a wasteland or forest. I wonder if there is a gun or something in the police station. Spawn points were random for each player. It was designed that way to avoid sudden conflict in a server with many players. While walking, Max didn't forget to be careful of his surroundings, the knife clutched tightly in his right hand. Infected, and zombies were everywhere. They could have been hiding and jumping at him when he wasn't aware. The atmosphere is so creepy and quiet. Heck, even the sky looks sad gray. This is really an apocalypse. People have died. What do you expect? While it has no apocalypse in the title, it's indeed a survival apocalypse game. Why would it win the best apocalypse game if the setting isn't apocalypse? How rare. My chat is suddenly filled with people who make sense instead of those crazy people. I really am happy to see this. Rest in peace, my boys. Hey, we're still here. Crazy people. Why am I not offended? This B4 Stone 4 Road. How dare he say as if we were dead. You limited our comment, damn it. The cooldown makes us disappear, sad. Make it only 5 seconds. Ha ha ha, I can't do that. Did you not see that we have more than 4,500 viewers? The chat moves so fast if I don't put a 10-second cooldown. I won't be able to read anything that way. He complained, looking at the floating camera, and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, we've arrived at our first destination. I wonder if this building has something good. Slowly, he entered through the destroyed entrance. He stopped just right after, as the interior was darker than he thought, and looked around. His gaze stopped at a table on the side as he found something with a shiny star. Oh, what's that shiny thing? He exclaimed and got close. That's loot. Loot will have a strange star shine when you spot it. Of course, only at a certain distance. First loot. What will it be? Bah dump. Bah dump. Please be trash. Please be trash. Breeze, be careful. Upon closer inspection, Max discovered the first loot he found was something he urgently needed. His lips curled up into a smile as he grabbed it with his left hand. 1x flashlight obtained. A notification rang alongside a transparent blue window that popped up on his side. I'm pretty lucky. He grinned, immediately putting the flashlight to good use by shining it on the long, dark hallway in the distance. His heart beat faster thanks to the jump scare. He held it tightly with his hand as he controlled his breathing. Phew, that surprised me. Holy shish 1T. The jump scare. This is why I like this game. It pushes me to die faster by making my heart beat faster. Faster RRRRR. That kick. It destroyed that zombie's head easily. Now I know why Knight retired faster. Deadly kick. Please don't kick my 4SS. I beg you. Just kick bloodsucker. I am not afraid. That was nothing for the noble me. Freaking Breeze has donated 300 diamonds. What a reflex. You immediately turned around and killed that zombie. Magnificent. Ah, it was me, freaking noob. I am a fan now, so I changed my name. Thank you for the 300, freaking Breeze. My body just moved by itself when I heard the groaning earlier. Also, you don't need to change your name, you know. I appreciate all kinds of support, but I don't want to inconvenience my viewers. So don't push yourself too much. And saying my name to thank the donation is weird. Please notice it. He prayed sincerely in his mind. Don't worry, I just did it to show my support. This guy turned from hunting noob to hunting Breeze. What a dedication. Lol, should I change my name to God Gaming Breeze too? No one forces or will stop you. Who are you talking to? Confused. It seemed like his prayer went unanswered. He couldn't help but lament this. This was their way of showing support, which he appreciated, so he also couldn't stop them. Well, it's his decision. He sighed and turned around. Well, that was my first encounter with a zombie. Talk about a jump scare. But, well, let's continue exploring this building. I hope I can find some rations or weapons. Let's go. I hope a female zombie appeared. Screw female zombies. I hope Breeze will meet infected next. I want to see his reaction. A sexy infected. Yikes. This is why guys are. Stop your dirty mind, guys. Keep it SFW. As he continued walking, Max suddenly had an urge to ban some guys in the chat but couldn't find their names anymore due to how fast the chat was going. From this, he learned one more thing about his viewers. They were all either weird or perverted or both. I guess I will need a moderator on top of a video editor. Arriving at the end of the hallway, Max opened the door with a newfound sense of danger. His knife was ready to stab or cut anything and anyone appearing beyond the door. There was no ally. Everything that moved was an enemy. But before he touched the door's handle, he decided to spice things up a little bit. Guys, what do you think will be waiting for me beyond this door? He asked his viewers and looked at the camera. How about another bet? Bet. This guy is up to no good. He plans to rack money again. A bet? Are you sure you're going to bet against me? Us. Seuss, this guy is so suspicious. Now, guys. If I lose, I will gift 50 Punch Premium accounts to random viewers. But if I win, let's see. What should we do if I win? Should I have you to follow my account? That's a good idea. Racking follows would increase the chance of his channel being recommended in Punch's monthly ranking. It wasn't that he wouldn't get a result of that. My followers are around 1,000 now. It's increasing steadily. Though, I would really appreciate it if the system gave me more quests. I become a bit greedy now after tasting its reward. Too bad that it's been very quiet since the last quest. Maybe it's preparing something big. He guessed. He was waiting for his chat's reaction, and it came quite fast. Guys, are you chicken? We lost nothing in this bet. Bet. Who are afraid? We will bet you die in the next 30 minutes. I know that a lot of zombies are waiting behind that door. No, there will be no zombies at all. The opinion is divided. He stroked his chin while reading the chat. Let's make a vote. Are there zombies behind the door or not? The choice with the highest vote will be your choice of our bet. Hehe, and should we have another vote about how long I would survive if there are indeed zombies behind this door? He chuckled in a low tone and provoked the viewers. It was one of the tricks that worked on certain people with high pride. In this eerie atmosphere of an abandoned police station, his chuckle sounded irritating. And as he had expected. Ding! Freaking Breeze has started a mission. Stream mission. Explore this abandoned building and kill all infected and zombies you meet. Reward. 1,000 diamonds. With that as a cue, Max opened the door with his shoulder. He pointed the flashlight from the gap created slowly. Just like the hallway, the room was dark. No, it was darker than the hallway without any speck of light. Dust was kicked up from the wind that entered the room. That roused anything lying waiting inside. Grah, grr, on. Groans and moans rang loudly. And at that moment, bam, a hand was suddenly extended toward his arm from the gap between the door. Panicked, Max immediately slammed the door shut and chopped the decayed arm off. It dropped to the ground with a splash. Max looked at the severed hand for a second before hearing loud sounds from inside. Whatever was behind that door was banging on it, trying to break through. Slowly, Max retreated while keeping his eyes on the door. This is bad, isn't it? He asked with a wry smile. No, it wasn't bad anymore. According to the banging sound that intensified, there were probably more than 5 enemies. The groans also became louder as they heard Max and found him. They were going for a kill. Bam, bam, bam. Hey, it's not stopping. Max kept stepping back. He no longer cared about stepping on decayed flesh on the floor. Just as he arrived halfway to the exit, the door burst open. Crash. Graw. HRRRR. Zombies appeared from the other side, squishing through the tight space and trying to come out. At a glance, there were 7 heads that tried to come out of the opening. Many more were waiting behind them. Seeing that, Max realized that he fucked up. Shit. Run, Breeze. Run. Run. Max did it without thinking twice. He turned around and kicked the ground with all his strength. Right after he did that, the zombies managed to breach through the door. They chased after him with surprising speed that didn't fit their decayed bodies. What the heck? He couldn't help but curse as he saw them. How are they so fast? They are zombies. Do you need any explanation? Inhuman always fast. It's surprising that you are faster than them. Really surprising. Tisk. That doesn't help. Max complained as he reached the entrance. He quickly knocked over the shelf and got out, slamming the door shut simultaneously. He stopped in front of the police station building and looked back to see the situation. The zombies from inside tried to destroy the door and exited the building. However, after a few seconds, they retreated back slowly, one by one. Watching that, Max became confused. Why? He asked in his mind, could it be that their AI is programmed to keep them inside this building? A limited spawn zone. If so, then I am pretty lucky and unlucky at the same time. When facing an enemy with advanced AI or enemies that couldn't leave a certain area, that usually meant 2 things. First, the game was programmed as such. They made certain areas for particular enemies so players could progress naturally without meeting stronger enemies at the start of the game. Second, in case the game had no levels system, having met enemies with territorial restriction usually meant that they protected something. That something could be an important item or a boss, superior enemy. He clicked his tongue as he looked at the building before him. The stream mission window popped up beside him as he moved his left hand. Stream mission: explore this abandoned building and kill all infected and zombies you meet. Reward: 9,600 diamonds. They give me this mission knowing this fact, huh? He sneered. Yeah, his viewers certainly guessed this kind of progression. He's frustrated. Good job, freaking Breeze. Trapping a clueless first-timer is always fun. Breeze looked uncertain. This is the first. He realized that there is a superior infected in the building lol. No need to praise me, guys. I have always loved trapping newbies and first-timers. I just want revenge against Breeze because I like him. I chose the correct room. He laughed as he examined the handgun he found in the room, much to the viewers' disbelief and displeasure. No, he got a gun. Damn it, he can fight that horde now. He only got 12 bullets. Is fighting even possible? That handgun has a capacity of 12 bullets in a magazine. That means he only has a full magazine, and that's it. Unless he found some magazines and bullets again, he will need to reload the bullets manually. Thanks, trivia guy. True, but yeah, there are still many loots in the room. Besides, Breeze is good enough to kill zombies unarmed or with a knife. As they said, killing all zombies with a full mag was probably impossible. But they were talking too early. There were still at least 5 stars that Max hadn't looted yet in the room. I feel bad that I chose a safe room. So, I will change the bet's condition again. The 5 minutes will start when I step out of this room. He said with a confident smile. Right now, it's looting time, baby. All 5 loots were located in the room and were easily visible. He immediately took all of them and inspected drawers and places he hadn't seen to make sure he didn't miss any. Bullets and mags were usually hidden in such places. There were also bandages and herbs that he could use to heal himself in case he got injured or bitten by zombies. They were really useful in survival games like this. Indeed, he found them. 2 hidden loots in the desk's drawers. There was a mag filled with 30x 5.56mm bullets and an antidote for a zombie's bite. The bullets were useless for him as he had no guns that used 5.56mm yet, but he could save it for later. The other loots were like this. 3x scraps obtained. 1x boot knife obtained. 1x gloves obtained. 2 of them were useful, as gloves were defensive items that protected the player's hands. A boot knife could also replace his main knife if it broke, so it could also work as a secondary weapon. Scraps were used as currency in this game to exchange for some items to create or rank up his shelter. It could also be used to buy and upgrade a weapon. While Max felt it was a shame that he got no shelter building material or other 9mm bullets, he was happy enough to get gloves and a handgun. Putting on the gloves, he put his handgun in the holster that came with it on his chest and clutched his knife in his right hand. He was ready to move again. Max approached the door and opened it, greeted by another zombie that stood right in front of it. However, unlike before, he immediately moved and stabbed it in the head, killing it immediately. Let's do this, guys. It's time for a zombie massacre. Looting was an important aspect of V-Shelter survival. Players would usually take their time to check every room and every corner to find items if they were in a certain area with a lot of loot, usually called a heavy loot area by veterans. Yes, it was common sense to loot. Ha ha ha. Die, bastard. How dare you make me run like a chicken. Swoosh. However, for Max, who got embarrassed after showing off a confident look, he didn't care about looting. He wanted to kill all the zombies as soon as possible and got that stream mission reward. And this is the last one. With a swing of his right hand, Max destroyed the zombie's brain, their weak point, and killed the last zombie he saw on the 3rd floor. It dropped to the ground with a splashing sound, and Max wiped his knife, which was covered in strange liquid, using his sleeves before putting it on his backpack. To think there are so many zombies on just the 3rd floor. I guess there will be more of them on the 1st floor, no. And an infected as well, with faster speed and sturdier body. You said many, but there are only 6. They look so easy to kill with a knife. He makes it look so easy without a gun, but it's supposed to be hard, no. I am just a viewer, I have never played the game yet. V-Shelter survival without a gun equals 10% survival rate. It makes it way harder. It's just 6 zombies, guys. I won't say it's impossible to kill them as easily as Breeze. Zombies, although had almost zero defense thanks to their hollow bones and decayed fleshes, they still moved faster than humans. Killing them barehanded, without any gun, was supposed to be hard, just as the chat mentioned. It didn't mean impossible, just hard. Their movements are fast but can be easily guessed. Max explained the reason why he could kill them easily. As long as you react at the perfect time, you can deal with them easily, even with a knife. Easier said than done. This B4 Stone 4 Road is showing off. Suck my. Oh, that's one person banned from chat. SSSHH. Zombie. Breeze is here. Breeze is here. You should use text to voice and make your donation be heard by the in-game function, Breeze. It would be fun that way. Kekaki, yeah, I agree with that idea. How sadistic. You want to bait the zombie to him. I like it. That was indeed a good idea, if he was already used to the stream, that is. I will think about it. He answered in a low voice and stepped on the 2nd floor. Just like the 3rd floor, it was an office area with many rooms. Some of the walls were destroyed, debris filled the hallway and blocked some parts of the area. Zombies' groans could be heard from some of the room. They began to move ever so slowly when they smelt fresh flesh entering their area. On top of exceptional hearing, their sense of smell was also like a dog, though a little bit limited in range. They loved fresh flesh and wanted to devour it. One by one, they showed themselves, dragging their feet against the floor. Drools dripped down their open mouths, and they looked really hungry. Their stomachs were empty. Literally. Max, oblivious to the fact zombies had good senses of smell, asked in surprise, "They found me. I didn't make any noise. Your breath smell. You stink, Breeze. That's why. Did you forget to shower?" The chat provided him with the answer he needed. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? He raised his voice in complaint as he bit the flashlight and took out the handgun, holding it in his left hand. FCK. Northwest INID to FGHT dem all. His voice was muffled, but that didn't matter. FCK. Now I need to fight them all. There was always a viewer who would translate it for the others. Having that cleared out, Max pulled the handgun's trigger, killing the farthest zombie, and started running. A fight broke out immediately with that as a signal. In a rather narrow hallway, around 3 meters wide, 8 zombies rushed toward Max at once. They had already lost their 2 comrades from an earlier attack, but they didn't care. All they cared about was meat and meat. Come here, rotten flesh. Without sensing any fear, as it was in a game, Max slid down under one zombie and stabbed the knife upward. It pierced the zombie's chin, and the tip appeared from the top of its head. O.G.H. It was an instant kill. Like his previous world story, these zombies had a similar weak point. However, this game had a lore for these zombies' weak points. The virus is focused on their brain, going toward their nerves. That's what moved those corpses. Destroying the brain means destroying the virus, main component, thus rendering them lifeless forever. Swoosh. Another zombie fell as a victim while trying to grab him. Max's quick reaction allowed him to move recklessly like this. Besides, he could defend himself using his gloves and had an antidote in case he was bitten. I have no time to deal with you guys now. The diamonds are waiting for me. The usual breeze. Diamonds. Diamoon ints. It's no longer a survival game but a hack and slash. Die. Get killed and get sucked. Max had no time to read the chat as 4 zombies tried to grab him at once, stretching their dirty hands at him. He didn't want to push his luck, so he used his handgun and knife at the same time. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang with the flash from the muzzle, sending bullets to the zombies on the left. Almost immediately, Max stabbed the 3rd zombie and pulled the trigger once more. Bang, 4 zombies were dead at once. It just took him a few seconds to finish them. I have used 4 bullets, only 8 left in the chamber. He thought as he jumped back to distance himself from the remaining 3 zombies. It's been a few minutes since I started playing. I need to finish this building soon and build a shelter before I am too exhausted. With that, he started to rush forward the remaining zombie. Gun wasn't needed as they were a bit spread from each other, meaning he had space to work on. However, just as he passed the stairs leading to the 1st floor, a giant hand shot forward quickly. Thank you, trivia guys. I will simplify it. Cough. Breeze is FCKED. This is bad. Max also understood that his situation wasn't that good. Dealing against Rocket with only a knife was suicide, especially in a tight space like this. Because his gun wouldn't even work against Rocket, according to the chat, he put it back in the holster and took the flashlight he bit earlier, holding it backhanded with his left hand. I have to admit this is a bad situation for me. He chuckled nervously as he stood up. Rocket was walking toward him, dragging his body and feet with his giant arm. The loud footsteps from earlier apparently came from him moving his arm. Even so, his movement was fast. He was even faster than normal zombies, which forced Max to make a decision soon unless he wanted to get killed. What should I do? He looked around the area. Behind him was a sturdy wall, seemingly impossible to climb. His only way out was 2 doors that stood on his left and right. But, he didn't know whether those doors were locked or not, as he needed to break some on the 3rd floor earlier to enter the room. I can only leave it to my luck. In the end, he decided to move toward the door. He lowered his stance and kicked the right door with all his strength, breaching it through. It's not locked, he exclaimed happily as he rolled inside, trying his best to stop by using the knife. The room was smaller than the office earlier and was dark. There was a locked window on the corner, leading straight outside. But it was covered in a vine, so there would be a need to cut them down first, which would take time. I can't escape through it. And just when he turned around and looked back to try his luck in the other room, he saw Rocket was already standing in front of the door while breathing heavily. The infected looked at him in irritation, guarding the entrance with its huge arm. Huff, huff. This time, it was a real dead end. There was no place to escape to. I guess I need to fight it. Your prayers have come true, guys. I might die and need to give a 50-punch premium account today. Hee, it feels good to watch Breeze get cornered. Get wrecked. Go, Rocket. Kill Breeze. Get REKT. At least the chat was enjoying this situation. Rocket began to move its arm, stretching it toward Max, who stood in the middle of the room looking around to find any usable loot. There were 2 stars on the shelf and 1 on the corner. I can only hope, Max thought as he prepared himself to fight Rocket, gripping his secondary knife tightly with his left hand. At that moment, as if they had talked about it beforehand, both of them rushed forward at the same time. Rocket used the momentum of his giant arm to push him forward, raising it up and preparing to smash Max to a paste. Once again, for a giant with an imbalanced body like him, he moved pretty fast. Graw! The infected fell down like a meteor, slamming his fist at Max. However, he had already expected that. The floor in this room was clean, maybe because the destruction didn't reach this place. That was why Max was able to slide on his knee, dodging the attack from below. At the same time, he attacked Rocket with his knives, slashing his hand and arm. The first attack worked and drew black blood from the infected, but his boot knife couldn't pierce the big arm and repelled with a cling. Woah! This guy is insane. I forgot that he's good at fighting close range. Damn, he injured Rocket with just a knife. New viewers who hadn't watched any of Max's clips before were baffled. They knew this guy was good enough to be invited to the Knight's Journey event and was featured in the news. But they didn't know he was this skilled. Some of them, who played V-Shelter Survival, clipped some moments and uploaded them to the Shelter Community Forum, quoting a title. Urgent. Suicide. Someone is trying to fight Rocket with knives only. It's Breeze. No one knew whether the thread would take off and gain other players' attention or not. Even the thread starter only put a link to the livestream and clips before returning to watch the exciting moment. Max smiled as he found out that his attack worked. He immediately ran toward the nearby corner where the loot was while Rocket fell to the ground, cracking the floor under him and writhing in pain from the wound. I can do it, he thought. Then, he grabbed the loot with his left hand and sincerely hoped. Please, make it something good. 1x scrap obtained. Hearing the notification, he couldn't help but shout, fuck. Fuck. Rocket also shouted at the same time, as if mocking him. Furthermore, the chat also imitated them. Fuck. G-Ru. Emote. FCK lololol. Kicking on the wall behind him, Max somersaulted and spun his body midair. Attacking Rocket in this condition wasn't possible, but he could go to take the 2 loots on the shelf and hope for the best while the infected recovered himself. For Max, this was way too easy. His body managed to squeeze through the hole between the spinning rocket and the ceiling. His face was so close to the ceiling that he could feel the heat from the friction. It was as if it was giving him a sheer hot kiss. He felt the wind from the spinning rocket, and it hurt him. However, that didn't matter. It was better than being crushed. And Rocket, who missed his target, went straight to the wall without being able to stop. Crash. Bam. Crumble. Landing in the center of the room, Max watched the destruction caused by Rocket's attack. A big hole was created, connecting this small room to the one next to it in the hallway. If it was now, then Max could escape. Pog. Flying Breeze. He's DA Wind. This is your chance. Run, Breeze. Only 1:07 left on the clock. Yeah, if you're running, there might be a chance. Don't run. Fight Rocket fair and square. Run. Max sneered at the chat. He walked toward the shelf and simultaneously picked up the 2 loots with his hands. What's that? I only know the wall run. Yeah, I sounded cringe, but right now, I don't care about the bet or anything. This giant pisses me off. The notifications from the loot appeared in front of him. When he read what kind of items he got, his lips curled up into a grin. At the same time, Rocket returned to the room while dragging his body, which was covered in dust and debris. He was furious. Looking at the infected, Max wasn't afraid anymore, thanks to his new item. He raised his middle finger and taunted Rocket. Come here, fat boy. Due to his advanced AI system, Rocket was able to understand a taunt from players. His mouth parted wide until it was inhumanly impossible, and he let out a deafening roar. Gora! It was right at that moment Max threw something into that wide mouth. He had already calculated it. The infected would roar or groan every time it was about to make a big move. And it was at that moment they were pretty vulnerable. A dark green grenade flew parabolic toward Rocket's open mouth. When it was mid-air, the pin holding out its safety made a clanging sound, releasing itself from the main body. Max hurriedly ran to the other corner and ducked. As if Rocket's mouth was a goal for the grenade, it entered perfectly. And then, click, BOOOMM. ... An explosion rang loudly, sending bits of flesh everywhere. The shockwave blew everything away, knocking the shelf down and destroying Rocket's upper body. Max's ears were ringing due to the deafening sound. He was in pain, but he was smiling in satisfaction. Pulling his body up, he saw the aftermath of the explosion and scoffed. "Huh. That's how you kill Rocket in close range. Did you guys see my knife skill? Pretty cool, huh? MF. You killed him with a grenade and still looked arrogant. Knife your dream. That's a freaking grenade. How irritating. He's so lucky when he needs it but unlucky when he plays in a breeze. Pog. GG. That grenade throw was beautiful. Some viewers complained about his finishing. But who cared about it? At least Max didn't. Kill is a kill. Don't complain about something trivial. You won't be popular with ladies." Max tried to poke fun at his viewers. And he got a response. Said someone who is maidenless. "You are also single. KEKW, I am married already." Too bad. Shut up. Let's clear the other enemies and make shelter already. I bet the others are just normal zombies. It should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. What the heck was that? Yikes, cringe. Please, just stay as Breeze and don't be cringe. I think he hit his head. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Nenah 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 Streech. Sorry, it seems that his head has been like this since the start. Oh no, he's entering a dangerous area. Call 911. Sorry, we are not dealing with cringe crime. Call a firefighter instead. It's no use. Max felt embarrassed at once. His face turned slightly red after the chat made fun of it, and he gritted his teeth. Thankfully, the low light hid that fact, and he quickly changed the topic to run away from their teasing. All good. I can see the surroundings without any problem. I trust the VR integrated camera. It has no problem, and we can see as if it's a day. I forgot Breeze is a newbie. We can set the brightness personally, so just go ahead and begin the massacre. Alright. He nodded and took a deep breath, bracing himself for the next battle. It wouldn't be easy. Let's do this. Having all his preparations done, Max walked past the broken entrance and entered the room. At a glance, it was filled with zombies. There were at least 20, or even 30 of them. He wasn't sure and only managed to pick up their numbers from their glowing eyes. Without hesitation, Max pointed his gun at them and began to pull the trigger a few times. Bang bang bang. 5 bullets flew toward the zombies. 4 of them hit right between their eyebrows, but one strayed from the original path and only hit one zombie's shoulder, causing it to stumble down and pull the other zombies down. Seeing a good opportunity, Max grabbed the Molotov from his bag and threw it toward the few zombies on the floor, shooting the bottle when it was midair to increase the burning range. Bang! The fire spread immediately, covering half of the room. Zombies' flesh and pus made them easier to burn. The room turned bright instantly, giving Max enough light to see clearly where the rest of the zombies were. Ha 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 ha. Burn, burn. Max laughed loudly as he lunged into the perfectly fine zombie, piercing the knife through its skull. 18 more. It's doable. Come here, rotting motherlicker. He licked his lips and continued his rampage. He didn't squander his handgun at all. The bullets flew around, killing the burned zombies without stopping. The sound of air getting cut by a sharp knife also rang every once in a while among the zombies' groans. Click click. At some point, the mag was empty, and he couldn't use his gun anymore. There were still around 8 zombies, and they were all marching toward him with their burned bodies. Ah, fun is over. Just as he said that, Max immediately reloaded his gun with a skilled movement, changing the magazine to the one he had in his pocket. Only 2 seconds were needed to reload the handgun, and he calmly aimed at those incoming zombies. Goodbye, he said, pulling the trigger 8 times and killing the remaining zombies. Smoke rose from the muzzle as he brought it back, blowing onto it softly, and welcome, my 9,600 diamonds. Mission completed. 9,600 diamonds have been donated. Zombielord has donated 200 diamonds. Young Master has donated 300 diamonds. Slapped MC has donated 300 diamonds. GG. That was a beautiful Molotov work. GG. Pog. Walking out of the burning police station, Max had a happy expression. There was no loot on the first floor, which was a shame, as there was no other room besides the large one in the lobby. The items in his backpack were currently like this. Scraps, 15. Antidote, 1. 99mm bullets, 0. 5.56mm bullets, 60 halves full mags. 1x gloves, 1x flashlight, 1x handgun, 1x knife, 1x boot knife. It looked sad. There was no armory in that building. Max only found destroyed gun shelves, which were already looted clean. For a heavy loot area, as confirmed by Rocket's appearance, the amount of loot in the building wasn't a lot. It was too few. Either Max was really unlucky, or the game RNG was fucked up, no one knew. However, everyone had to admit that the viewers did enjoy unlucky streamers far more than a lucky one. They loved to see suffering. In the end, I was left with only 15 scraps. Well, I need to count the boot knife, gloves, and flashlight as good loot from this building. All in all, that was a good test for my movement in this game. Are you impressed, guys? I had to admit, you're pretty good. W Breeze. No cap. That fight with Rocket was amazing. Although you got injured and got hit many times, that was an amazing fight. The daytime is bright enough for me to see. Besides, there is no telling when I will need it. I need to save its battery. Streets in the city area were pretty safe compared to buildings where the loot usually was. Only 1 or 2 zombies could be spotted, but they weren't as aggressive as the ones from before. That was why Max ignored them. No need to fight enemies who were just chilling around, groaning forever without having a future. Saving the knife's durability was more important before he could reach the shop. Still, he stopped a few times to get loot he spotted behind some bushes or just sitting at an abandoned bus stop, a regular spot for loot. As usual, it was a scrap. Fortunately, he found 12x 99mm bullets in a crushed police car. At long last, his handgun wouldn't be useless anymore. It gave him a sense of security. However, his luck with building materials and loot wasn't that good either. He could only exchange his scrap for them in the shop. Before long, he arrived at this destination. The 2-story building was heavily guarded with lightning fences and turrets. Cameras were installed in all corners, giving anyone inside a clear view of the surroundings. There were signs of traps here and there. The sign, "Shop," was lit in a neon light, attracting attention from all corners. When Max walked closer to the gate that had the thickest security and 2 turrets, the cameras pointed at him, and a voice rang from a speaker installed on the fence. "I see that you're a living human. Are you here to trade something?" Looking at the camera, Max nodded and answered, "Yes. I have 16 scraps." "Great. I will open the gate for 5 seconds only. Run inside after you hear beep. Beep." There was a clear sound from the speaker. Following that, the beep mentioned by the NPC could be heard, and the gate opened. Max immediately ran inside as instructed. He looked back as the gate was closed almost immediately, leaving no chance for anything to enter. Click. With a click, the building's sturdy doors opened slowly with a stretching sound as if welcoming him. A hooded person stood behind a reinforced counter, behind thick glass. Only his mouth, which was curled into a sly smile, was visible. His face was hidden by the shadow of green flames on top of the torch behind him, the only source of light in the room. "There he is, the shady merchant. Welcome." A deep, clear voice rang from the figure. Based on it, Max guessed that it belonged to a man, even if his figure was not clear and ambiguous. "Customers, step inside, and let's do the trade. No matter how I see him, I can't trust this merchant." How shady. This is why he's called a shady merchant. How come all shop owners in this game have this getup? Are they connected somehow? They are an anonymous group and have many different people running shops. I bet their group is called Shady with capitals, though. I really like this NPC. It gives me a mysterious vibe. Shady merchant. From how the shop owner looked, that name really fit and described it quite well. Max entered the building, and the merchant pulled the string hanging near his head. Some mechanisms worked. Gear turned loudly, closing the door and locking it safely. Hee, worry not. Just a little measure to keep the pests away when we are trading. The merchant chuckled weirdly and spread his arms. So, what do you need? Weapons, antidote, herbs, or building material. We have them all. Looking around, Max noticed nothing was displayed on the wall or behind the counter. But that might be a security measure the merchant took in case the visitor wanted to rob him or something. Intelligent NPC's AI was way more advanced than a superior enemy. It actually was closer to real humans but not quite, as all its responses were already programmed, so it didn't stray from its function and job. It's as if I am talking to a real human, though. The green flames took my attention immediately, but I saw that he had a weapon hidden beneath his cape and probably some hidden turrets in the dark spot of this room. Well, it's better not to mess with a merchant NPC. I want to get building materials for the level 1 shelter. Oh, materials, I see. Please, take a look at our list. Ding. A half-transparent red window with a list appeared in front of Max, from which he could choose. Once again, it made him realize that it was a game, even if the graphic was close to real life. Not everything was the same as IRL, including this system window. Maybe not that different, considering we use floating hologram screens now. He was slightly amused by his own thoughts but scrolled the list nonetheless. However, just as he found material for level 1 shelter, he came to a stop. It's so expensive, he exclaimed loudly. Why does a material for level 1 shelter cost 20 scraps? It's just 5 woods and 15 planks. Are they rare materials? Not really. You can find them easily, like, really easy. Those are the most common loot items. Rather, scrap has only a 15% chance of appearing, while woods and planks have a 50% chance of appearing in the loot. Keck, that's why he's a shady merchant. The merchant saw Max off with his usual chuckle. Finding the material outside the shop was easy. It was tied with a sturdy rope just right near the entrance. Moving them away was also easy, although he needed both hands for it. He wondered how the merchant moved the materials while staying inside, but Max decided not to think too hard about it. This is a game. The material probably just spawned using a certain mechanic or something like that. Also, my gloves. I kinda miss it already. He shrugged his shoulders, lamenting his decision. Soon, he shook his head and threw useless thoughts away. Alright, let's move to that empty space and build our shelter. After that, I think I will rest for the day. Max said as he exited the gate and began to walk toward the empty lot, which was just 100 meters away from the shop. PFF'd. Yes. Lol, building shelter is so easy. An hour stream like before. I thought you were better than this already, Breeze. What a shame. I want to watch you suffer longer. So quickly. It's just around an hour since you started live streaming. That describes you pretty well. Quickshot. Oh, the usual Breeze's pace. I hope you can stream longer next time. I hope so, too. Well, after the night's journey program, I think I would be able to stream longer. Max responded to the chat. And you guys didn't even hide your real thoughts anymore, huh? Even so, I still love you guys. No homo. I mean, it's useless. We also love watching you suffer. Struggling. We love you too, Breeze. And you're suffering. I want to take back my words almost immediately now. After walking for a bit and joking with his viewers, he arrived at the place where he wanted to build his shelter. He dropped all the material on the ground and punched his palm. Alright, let's get to work. Shelter building time, baby. Woohoo. Though he just needs to place the materials according to the blueprint he could bring up, building a shelter always excites me. Level 1 shelter, acquired. Yeah, me too, Max exclaimed. Just as the viewers had said, building the shelter was pretty easy. Bring up the blueprint, place the material, and it was done. It only took him around 10 minutes to build up the level 1 shelter while talking to the viewers. And he soon learned he needed to be more careful before making a decision. In V Shelter Survival's lobby, which looked like an apocalyptic town, many people dressed roughly were walking around. Some people dressed in full tactical suits that looked cool, while some were dressed like thugs from post-apocalyptic movies with spikes on their shoulders. Nevertheless, they interacted happily while talking about V Shelter Survival, a game they loved. Currently, the topic some of them talked about was a clip that appeared on the forum. Urgent. Suicide. Someone is trying to fight Rocket with knives only. It's Breeze. No one knew who Breeze was in this community, as there were too many streamers to count. So, some bored visited the thread and left comments. It isn't that urgent. Many people have proved that fighting Rocket with only a knife is possible. I thought that it was really urgent, but a fanboy tried to promote his favorite streamer, Knife-only Rocket is not impossible. Trash. Don't post a clickbait title like this. If this was a year ago, then we would be impressed. Unlike Knight's Journey, V Shelter Survival was a year-old game. Many things had been tested before, and almost all contents were explored. Having some streamers doing challenges wasn't rare either. That was why the reaction was underwhelming and really different from when Breeze soloed Trouser in Knight's Journey. Amazing stuff tended to become common when many people managed to do it. However, the reaction started changing when the thread starter added some clips after the initial one. People prepared to trash talk and leave a toxic comment were left speechless when they saw how Breeze dodged Rocket's spinning attack, which was famous for its large range and effectiveness in a small corridor and room. No one guessed someone could avoid it without using any items. It was tested before and was deemed impossible even by professional gamers. That was why the clickbaity title turned into a real one with this one clip only. A knife is possible. I retract my words. This guy is a real deal. Check the latest clips. I saw it. The way he moved was just inhuman. GG. He had just finished streaming and opened the forum to see people's reactions and whether the new community talked about it or not when he found the truth behind his happy shopping in the shady merchant's shop. Why did I not notice it? My chat literally was holding their laughter. He asked himself, confused with what was in his mind back then, it must be that. I was too tired and didn't notice their chat. It's moving so fast that I could only read some of them. That's exactly it. Escaping from reality and blaming others was the easiest way to handle this regret. That was exactly what he did. Max knew it was wrong. But just once, he thought it would be fine if he blamed his chat just this one time. And because it was an honest newbie mistake, it didn't take long for him to recover. No newbies would know that the merchant in V Shelter Survival could scam the players. Well, no use crying over spilled milk. I must check my emails and messages before going for night exercise. Don't want something important to be left unchecked until tomorrow morning, after all. Max learned from his mistake of not checking the email and almost missed Mr. Taka's invitation. If that happened, he didn't know how he should react. Maybe cry for his unluckiness. There was no important email this time besides the reminder that he should be in Biozone Entertainment's HQ before 6 a.m. on the 13th of April. It was an automatic image that would be sent to him until the program in 2 days. Yeah, I understand this one. Then, he checked his message from the smartwatch, only people who knew his numbers or contact. Back then, Flexi used the lobby's message function so he could contact him without anything. But this was in real life, and such a thing was impossible. There were 2 unread message notifications. When Max checked it, the first message was from his dear buddy, Flexi. It was also a reminder about tomorrow's practice, the last one before the program. Right. We will stream the practice. I think I will hold off V Shelter until I am free then. That couldn't be helped. While it was fun, the program was more important. Most of his fans came from Knight's Journey, too, so he couldn't disappoint them. I need to prepare myself for the dip in the viewers' number after that. After replying to Flexi with a simple, Roger, he checked the second message. Surprisingly, It came from an unknown, anonymous contact. Opening square bracket exclamation mark. At $% carat. Fake. Fake. You're just a fake. Max's gaze froze at the unknown message for a second. But then, he took a screenshot of it and deleted it immediately, even the cache and every data related to it, in case it tried to hack his smartwatch system. Not only that, he even restarted his smartwatch and its internet connection to make sure nothing was wrong. After it rebooted and he didn't see the message from before, he sighed in relief and cursed out loud. Damn, what was that? A terror message. Not only was it surprising, but Max didn't know how to react. It was the first time this happened to him. Shit, what should I do? I am a novice in this kind of thing. Can he track my address from my message account? If he can find my account, then normally, it's safe to think he has cracked my identity, too. But, who the heck is he? What did he mean by fake? Nothing made sense. What made whoever sent those messages? There was no way anyone knew that Max had transmigrated and had memories of his past. He was by no means fake. Max and Breeze were the same people. Then, the fake that this unknown person meant probably was related to either streaming or the Knight's Journey program. Ignoring it is, bad idea, no. Let's see. I don't want to bother him, but I have no other choice at this time. Thinking so, Max immediately contacted Flexi once again. He was the only person he was close to who could help him. Maybe Stone Sword and Lily could help him too, but Max didn't want to bother them more than necessary. Besides, he trusted Flexi more than those two right now, as he was his new friend who had helped him get through his lack of money. If it's him, then he probably wouldn't think twice to help me. My debt to him just increased, huh? Breeze, buddy, can you help me? It was just a simple message, and he had just sent it. But a ringtone rang from the smartwatch's speaker just a second later, and a notification window popped up. Flexi called him without replying to his message. Max accepted the call and was about to make a greeting first when Flexi's concerned face showed up in front of him while shouting. Video call started. Damn, you look so bad. What happened? He asked worriedly. Is it showing in my face? Max asked, chuckling wryly. My bad for calling you at this time, just before you are streaming. I just don't know who to talk to about this. Breeze. You're welcome, Mr. Taka. I hope it will be solved soon. Mr. Taka. We have a partnership contract until your appearance in the Biozone monthly segment. If there is any drama or scandal relating to you, it will hurt our image too. That's why we will help you solve this problem. Please don't worry. While that sounded harsh, Max understood where Mr. Taka was coming from and was also worried. A smile appeared on his face as he typed his reply. Breeze, thank you. No reply came from Mr. Taka after that. Max also laid down on his bed, but he felt really restless. His mind was still on the hacker from before. I should at least ask Nenah to take care and not leave the restaurant for tonight. He muttered and sent a message. A reply from Nenah came almost immediately. Nenah, okay, you should be careful too. If you want to, feel free to stay in the restaurant with us. Dad will chop the hacker if he dares to find you. It invited a chuckle from him. Chop. Does she want her dad to be a murderer? He knew that Nenah was joking, and that was why it was funny. Having someone like Chef Rush might also be good for his mental health. It's just a hacker. Mr. Taka and Flexi will probably find them and the reason soon. Breeze, thanks for worrying, Nenah. But I will be fine. I will make sure to lock the door. Nenah, of course, you will. Still, come to our restaurant tomorrow so I can see your face or I will be worried. Besides, Dad wants to see you again. We have a new menu that got popular with our new customers, so test it, he said. That must be a sudden excuse to make him visit for breakfast. Max had no reason to refuse it. Truly, I am blessed in this life. He thought, once again realizing what he had. I have people caring for me. Breeze, alright, see you tomorrow. Nenah, sleep tight. Well, even if people told him not to worry, without contact from Flexi, his secretary, Lisa, or even Mr. Taka, Max couldn't sleep all night, causing him to be groggy and have dark rings around his eyes. But the hacker wasn't the only reason why he couldn't sleep. I ended up reading the Shelter Survival's beginner guide in the forum without sleeping. After getting worried for an hour and watching Flexi streaming Knight's Journey for a while, Max decided to research the game he was playing right now. The Shelter Community Forum, or Shelter Forum for short, was the perfect place to research the game mechanics and tips. Players with spirits to make guides put together everything newbies need to know. The forum moderator also appreciated their work and actually pinned the post permanently. The amount of information in that one thread alone was massive due to how this game was designed and the freedom it provided. To put it simply, even after reading an entire night, Max only processed around 20 to 30% of the information from that thread. They are really passionate. It's not a guide anymore but a Wikipedia page for the game. It should be called, Complete Guide to the Game, instead of, Newbie Must Know This. How misleading. Anyway, Max wasn't that worried about the hacker anymore and was more worried about getting scammed by the shady merchant. As promised, he took a quick shower and went to Nenah's restaurant to test another new menu. But that was just an excuse to make Max come, which he was aware of. The restaurant was still closed, with only half of the door open. He entered through it and greeted Nenah, who was waiting for him. "Good morning." "Morning, Max. I am glad you are okay," she chirped happily. "Dad is already waiting in the back." He suddenly wanted to make a new menu when a cute girl said she liked his spinach noodles yesterday and asked whether there was a blue noodle. "Ah, she came here after she watched your stream." "Hee, thank you for doing what you did." "Blue noodles?" Max asked while his stomach scrunched when he heard that. It wasn't out of anger, but out of fear of whether his digested organs would be fine or not. Gulp. I am looking forward to it," he said bitterly. "I am curious, but I probably should just focus on the program for now. Maybe they purposely did not tell me the details so I could ignore this case and just focus on what I needed to do. Lisa is too good to be Flexi's secretary. I wonder how much he paid her. I will ask him later." He just replied with a simple thanks before continuing with his meal. Livestream with Flexi would start at 4 p.m. There were plenty of chances to ask about it. Mr. Taka also messaged him not so long after, saying that he didn't need to worry anymore as the hacker was apprehended. It was one of the worst crimes in this age, as all smartwatches stored personal information and maybe even company secrets that shouldn't be leaked at all. Privacy was highly honored in this world, way more important than in his previous life. It was kind of surprising, but he loved how this world had a law that kept people's identities safe, especially streamers who didn't want their identities to be known. Everything was done, just like that, without any victim except the perpetrator. He was probably put in jail for a few years and asked to pay some money. Hearing that from Mr. Taka immediately put Max in a good mood, as some of the money paid by the hacker would go to his bank account. "Breeze. Thank you very much, Mr. Taka. I really appreciate your help. And the extra compensation money from a single message. Mr. Taka, you're welcome. I hope you can concentrate on the program now. See you tomorrow." Connections were a pretty amazing power to have in the world. If he didn't know those guys, then he probably needed to report to the police and go through some troublesome stuff. Also, there was one more important thing left to wonder. I don't think I should share this story with my viewers. It will only invite some other people to try it as if challenging them. Max came to an easy conclusion. If no one knew, then this incident could be written off as non-existent. All parties had tight lips, so he didn't need to be worried about it leaking out to outsiders. Putting that aside, it was nearly time to make fun to have fun practicing with Flexi. Max planned to show his secret path after the livestream, too. That way, they would have time to put up a new strategy for tomorrow, and he planned to practice until midnight before resting. I don't need to be worried about getting fatigued tomorrow. I have that medicine from the system that can prevent me from getting fatigued for 3 hours. It's really useful in times like this. And so, it was time for practice. Max appeared in an exceptionally glimmering, strange golden castle and walked toward a person waving at him in a golden knight's armor. Yo, Breeze. You look better than before, ha ha ha. Thanks to you. I really appreciate your help. Don't mention it. We're friends, and we help each other. Flexi laughed loudly and circled his arm around Max's shoulder. Also, while that was already taken care of, I do know his identity from the police report. Do you want to hear it? His tone turned slightly serious. Did Max want to know? Yes, he did. He was really curious about him. However, the hacker was no longer important to him. The police had already put him in jail and given him punishment. Tell me more about it after the program. We need to win this one first, and I don't want to have anything more in my mind. Max answered his friend and grinned, hee hee, I wonder what kind of new bonus Mr. Taka will give me if I win. Flexi blinked a few times in surprise before bursting into laughter. He smacked Max's back, much to his dismay and pain. Max rubbed his back and sent a death glare toward his friend. The other party probably didn't know that he set his pain setting to 50% that of a real world to move a bit better and felt the sensation of his whole body, just to feel alive. Damn, should I lower it? He seriously considered it. Nah, that won't work. I am finally able to use my 5 senses. It will be a shame to just cut it off and feel no pain again. That will, probably make me go crazy instead. True. Let's not think about something as unimportant as his identity. Flexi grinned, well then, let's do this. The livestream will start in 20 minutes. We will do it like usual, alright. About that. Max rose from his hunched position and looked at Flexi, there is something I'd like to show you first before streaming. Shall we go to a fort siege first? Flexi seemed confused but nodded his head nevertheless. His grin widened, feeling that his friend had something in mind. It sounds interesting. Interesting was kind of putting what Max would do down. It wasn't just interesting but crazily interesting. Holy shit. Flexi cursed loudly as he reappeared in the co-op waiting room, facing Max with widened eyes. That. You were able to do that. Then, they continued to the second run. This time, it was much better with only 3 to 4 archers, a manageable number. The numbers of barbarians weren't as much compared to their first run in their first collaboration. On top of all those factors, Max and Flexi had already trained together before and actually worked on their teamwork. On your right, Max shouted and threw a short sword he found near his feet at the barbarian coming from Flexi's blind spot, killing him at once. Thanks. Shouting back, Flexi blocked an arrow attack with a shield in his left hand and rushed toward the archer. He was fast and took the barbarian off guard. See ya. With a swift slash, he decapitated the archer and proceeded to the next one, ending the first wave of the army and continuing to the split section. Flexi went inside the fort while Max went to the roof to take the flag. This time, they succeeded in taking over the flag and killing the boss, finishing in 49 minutes and 47 seconds and placing them in the 6th speedrun ranking. The viewers went wild with donations and chat. Even Flexi was excited and hugged Max tightly. As someone who would rather have a private space himself, Max felt uncomfortable with it and pushed his friend away. Nonetheless, he shared the happiness of getting into the top 10 speedrun ranking. Not that the happiness would last that long. They ended the stream on a happy note and continued training secretly without trying to put the result in the speedrun ranking. In a short explanation, the result surprised both of them and boosted their confidence a few times more than before. After getting used to the path and having a few clean runs, Max got exhausted and couldn't move the way he wanted to anymore. They decided to finish the training and rest. At night, Max bid goodbye to his apartment for a few days and went to New Eden City with the Sky Rail. When he arrived, everything was already prepared for him, he just needed to wait until tomorrow. And then, the important day arrived. The 13th of April 2045. It was a big day for Max and probably for a few more people. It was the day of the Knight's Journey program. 6 streamers were first gathered in a room with Mr. Taka and some production crew for a briefing before the program was live. They were put in a closed room with Mr. Taka and an attractive female standing beside him. First of all, welcome. And let me introduce you to our host today. Mr. Taka greeted everyone with a big smile on his face as a hologram screen flashed behind him. He turned to the woman beside him and continued. Miss Evelyn, please go ahead. Thank you. Evelyn's voice sounded like an angel. It was soothing and really pleasant to hear. Hello. It's nice to meet you. I am Evelyn Reese, and I will be today's host. I hope for a pleasant cooperation with all the streamers here. Max recognized her from his memories. She was an upcoming singer who was famous for her work in a few video games. And she's the one who sang for Night's Journey ending song too, if I remember correctly. That's why they invited her. Not only was she pretty and had a good voice, but she also had the experience of being a host in the monthly game award before. Biozone Entertainment didn't spare any penny in order to make this program succeed. It seemed like the others also recognized her as they only nodded in understanding. Mad Lad somehow had a happy smile, contrasting with his usual frown and unhappy expression. Is he a fan? Max guessed. Flexi and Stone Sword didn't react differently, just like Max. They just recognized her and thought having such a good host was nice. Having someone good at their job would make the program easier. Furthermore, Evelyn was already famous for driving a good conversation without trying to dig into the streamers' secrets, so she was well liked by the community. Lily also nodded softly, while Ronan Knight just sat without doing anything. The briefing continued for a while. Mr. Taka took over the talk and explained the details and schedule. They also provided uniforms of dark brown pants and tactical-looking jackets for the participants. He achieved the top 6 in speedrun ranking with Flexi yesterday. That's already amazing achievement. Mr. Taka believed that a new world record of Fort Siege would be written today. Who would break the sub-48 minutes was still a mystery. If you are aware, then I won't say anything more. Evelyn smiled, swept her hand, and closed the screen. I will check on my makeup again and prepare my line before we start. Please excuse me, Mr. Taka. Ah, yes. Good luck to you. With that, Evelyn left to the back of the stage. Mr. Taka huffed while watching her. She just doesn't get it. He thought, or rather, it's because she saw many failed that she became skeptical. Being a famous host who was invited to many programs seemed to be hard too. The rise and fall of a streamer was as easy as changing seasons from spring to autumn. Flowers could bloom for a while, but they would wither soon if no one took care of them carefully. Understanding that, Mr. Taka usually also didn't want to push his luck. But this time, the factor that forced him to take that risk was too good to ignore. I hope you deliver our expectations, Breeze. Don't crumble from the pressure. If Breeze couldn't deliver, then his promotion might be affected. That worried Mr. Taka a little bit. Well, let's trust him. Even if he loses, as long as he shows something amazing, then that will be enough. At that moment, all preparations were done. Mr. Taka, the production crew is ready. We can go live on time. The director raised his voice loudly. Turning toward him, Mr. Taka nodded. All right. Good job, everyone. Let's hope this program will go as planned. Big game programs, especially those held by a publisher, always had giveaways and redeemed codes in exchange for rewards. It invited many people even before the program started, and they used the chat room to communicate with each other. Ooh, can't wait. 3 pairs with different plans and game styles. Who will win? Fort Siege speedrun program. Biozone Entertainment is really giving it their all, huh? I believe Stone Sword and Lily Pixel will win. They are the current world record holder, after all. I am not sure whether they will break the world record here, but I believe Stone Sword will win. Lily. So cute. I am your fans. Ronan Knight is also a good player. Only Flexi is rather skilled. Of course, he's better than me, but his skill is meh. I wonder who the new synchronization test record holder is. So curious. Unlike Max's viewers, they were more neutral and weren't as chaotic, although some of the chat were about Lily's cuteness, as she was the only girl participant in this program. With the bait Biozone Entertainment threw in their announcement, namely the new record holder, everyone began to focus on that part. I believe Mad Lad is the new record holder. Lily Pixel is the new record holder, for sure. She's really good. Just look at the current Fort Siege's world video. Lily Pixel's movement is so smooth and skilled. It's not strange if she can break Puppeteer's record. Nah, you guys are delusional. It's clear that Breeze is the new record holder. True. The Wall Run Man is the new record holder, for sure. What did you say? Mad Lad can beat that guy blindfolded. Keck, keep your delusion. Breeze can split his head with his axe in less than a second. Fans began to fight each other, and the situation soon turned chaotic. No one backed away as they wanted to support their streamer's side. Surprisingly, the worst of them all was Lily's fans. Even if they were low in number compared to Max and Mad Lad, they were enthusiastic about defending her and truly believed she was the new synchronization test record holder. Not only normal viewers but some newbie streamers began to appear in chat. Jealousy was apparent in their words. Some celebrations, words of encouragement, and curses began to fly one after another, nearing the start of the program. Currently, the viewer count has broken 200k. No one could control the chat anymore, not even with 10 moderators who tried their best to make the chat civil again. Only when the livestream started was the chat filled with, "Finally." Or, "I've been waiting. Livestream start. There it is, Breeze Sucker." He even donated 2,000 diamonds just to make his chat appear larger than the others. How rich. It seems that one of your fans is giving you some words of love. Evelyn giggled and looked at Max. Haha, I am blessed to have a fan like him. There was no need to add more words. Bloodsucker could be ignored for now. If there was one thing that was regrettable, it was the fact that the donations would be divided by 6 after Biozone Entertainment took 40% of it. He should have just donated to my stream. Max thought in his head. Overall, the reactions to his and Flexi's introduction seemed nice. All the haters in the waiting room earlier couldn't be seen as the chat moved fast, with viewers praising either his friendship with Flexi or his look. Some compared him to Stone Sword, but many ladies had fallen for just his look alone. Max could understand why. He sat between a cute girl and a rough-looking guy. So, his handsome features were more highlighted than usual. Evelyn continued to ask Mad Lad and Ronan Knight questions. The former was so energetic and ended up shouting, making him perfectly fit his look. Ronan Knight handled it quietly, as serene as a lake. In short, he mumbled. After she finished asking the question, she clapped her hands happily. It seems that everyone is certain that they will win. Will we see a new world record for Fort Siege today? This question was directed to the viewers as she faced the camera. Answers came almost immediately. Yes, Breeze will easily break the world record. Ah, world record. I am curious about who broke the synchronization test world record. Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Lol, no way we can break the world record easily. Especially in a program like this. Evelyn raised her eyebrows as if some of the chat became a cue. She acted as if she forgot about it and knocked her head softly. Oh, right, she exclaimed, as if forgetting something, talking about breaking a world record. We have yet to announce the player who achieved first in synchronization test WR, no. I am such a klutz. Hee, but you're so cute. Klutz Evelyn, how precious. This is why we love you. Show us. Show us. Alright, because the audience seems to be curious. Let us watch the footage of their synchronization tests. Bah dump. A loud beat rang as the screen split into 4, showing the participants' synchronization tests, including Flexi's show-off. As expected, it's among the newbies. Breeze. God. Peak Goat. WOHOOO. Just delete Flexi. We don't need him. He can solo Fort Siege no problem. La. Let's start the video. Countdowns appeared on the footage, and it zoomed into Lily. The 350k viewers were watching curiously, and the chat stopped moving for a second. Mr. Taka and the production crew observed the traffic. They were grinning when they saw that the viewer count kept increasing. Not only that, but the concurrent viewers broke through 800k just right after they started the footage. After all, the watch party viewers were linked to the total. Team leader, this is. Yeah, Mr. Taka nodded at his subordinates. It's going really well. The footage changed a few times, showing all the participants' amazing moments. However, everyone noticed that there were especially 2 streamers who were cut above the rest. Damn, Breeze is passing that laser easily. He didn't die. Lily. Yuwug her movement. Look at that. It's clear now who broke the record. It's either Breeze or Lily Pixel. Just look at them. Crazy. How the heck are they moving like that? That Breeze is just inhuman. No one doubted their skill anymore. The earlier 4 footages now became only 2, standing side by side, and were played simultaneously. 7 minutes had passed, and it was clear who was faster among those 2. Max had arrived at the 10th test while Lily was still on the 9th. Lily. Beat Breeze. I beg you. Please, please beat him. Cry more, Bloodsucker. Go go Breeze go, Bloodsucker. Breeze's fans, especially those who followed him from the start, went crazy when they realized he was about to win. They believed in him. From the start, they didn't doubt that he told them the truth about breaking the record. Well, at least some didn't. Both of them struggled in the last tests, dying a few times from the traps. On the screen, Max's movement was getting faster and faster each time he died, moving through the traps confidently without stopping. Gravity wasn't even his enemy. He ran on the wall, jumping around, and even rolled to the ground to dodge anything. Lily's movement was less wasteful. But she was clearly slower than Max. And after a few tries, a drumroll rang loudly. Max had arrived at the end and pressed the button, finishing the run magnificently. Golden letters floated into the air. All right. Mad Lad jumped from his chair and raised his hands energetically. He winked at Evelyn, trying to show off, and turned to Ronan Knight. Let's do this, Ronan. Let's do our best, Ronan Knight responded with a simple nod. The pair walked away toward the area where the VR capsules were prepared. Max watched them with a slight curiosity in his eyes. How well would they play? He didn't know as he never watched them before. At that moment, he heard a really familiar sound. Ding. Oh. His expression immediately brightened as his lips curled into a grin, confusing almost everyone noticing it. However, Max didn't realize it, as his attention was focused on the window that only he could see. Less than quest. Surprise the world. A viral moment is needed by a streamer. If your aim is to become the greatest of them all, prove it to the whole world. Set a magical record that no one would expect and etch your name in streaming history. Finish the Fort Siege battle in under 45 minutes. Progress. 0/1. Reward. A secure living quarter. Deadline. 2 tries. Failure to complete this mission will result in the system not giving a quest and limiting your synchronization rate to 95% for a month. Greater than. A seemingly impossible quest was given to him. 45 minutes. That time frame sounded impossible. The current world record was 48 minutes and 32 seconds. Even with his new path, he could possibly only cut 2 minutes at most. It's a really hard quest. He frowned. But the reward is the biggest so far. And the failure punishment sounds not too bad. I can still move similarly to before with 95% SR. Though 1 month without a quest will probably make me miss the system. What's wrong, Breeze? Flexi whispered from behind, concerned. Are you nervous and need to go to the bathroom? Don't worry. We will win this program and set a new world record. If we do it as well as yesterday, our victory is guaranteed. He sneered. Hey, you're right, Max responded, closing the window secretly by sweeping his hand. Indeed, he just needed to do as well as yesterday. Flexi was also there to do it with him. Hey, Flexi. Let's aim for sub 44 minutes. That's ridiculous. The orange-haired streamer raised his voice slightly, but his lips curled up in amusement, but it sounds interesting. Alright, let's aim for that, buddy. Both of them fist bumped with a big grin on their faces. Unknown to them, the camera took that action, and some female viewers went crazy and posted something in a rather secretive forum. Entering the game, Ronan Knight and Mad Lad appeared in the clearing. Both of them had different weapons, a shield and sword for the former and a greatsword for the latter. They agreed to start immediately and gave out the sign to the production crew. After receiving confirmation that it was already live, Ronin Knight pressed the start button. Fort Siege start. 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh. The Ronin Knight and Mad Lad pair are moving at a fast speed. They are trying to face the barbarian army from the front. It's different from the world record run, where they try to only deal with enemies that keep them from reaching the fort. How brave. Evelyn commented excitedly, raising her voice to match the atmosphere. On the screen, Mad Lad rushed forward with his greatsword. It looked heavy, but he dragged and swung it without any problem. Swoosh. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come on. Mad Lad laughed crazily as he hacked the barbarians into two. He had no technique whatsoever, but his strength was praiseworthy. Unable to defend against the greatsword, the barbarian army was forced to back up. Seeing that, Mad Lad stopped and shouted, "Bro! On it!" Ronin Knight ran forward, passing Mad Lad on his way. He was quicker and could use his shield to defend against the incoming arrows. Using this chance, Mad Lad chose to run toward the hill to climb onto the wall. Ooh, he's running. I see, so their plan is to make a diversion and take the flag after they manage to do it. Evelyn analyzed quickly and turned to Stone Sword. As the world record holder, what's your comment, Stone Sword? That's a good strategy. Stone Sword nodded in approval. Mad Lad is also using a greatsword, so his movement is quite limited. It's good to make the barbarian army fear him first and then aggro them to Ronin Knight, who has a shield. I believe after Mad Lad manages to climb up the wall, Ronin Knight will enter the fort. I see. That's a deep analysis. She nodded in understanding. Just like what Stone Sword had predicted, the pair did exactly that strategy. Max observed while humming in disapproval. He could climb faster than that. He unintentionally blurted out, getting everyone's attention. What do you mean by that, Breeze? Evelyn asked, appearing innocent. Yeah, what do you mean? Don't be arrogant, newbie. Mad Lad already climbed as fast as he could. He has a greatsword. Think about that too. The viewers didn't seem to like what he blurted out too. Realizing that, he cursed in his mind, shit, my mouth. Some people say luck is a part of skill. I guess they meant something like this. It sounded unfair, but it couldn't be helped as the game was designed like it. Passing the tightrope was difficult for Mad Lad. He had a hard time doing so and moved ever so slowly, trying to balance himself. Meanwhile, Ronin Knight had arrived at the dining room where Gargantua was and fought him. Sparks flew by as their swords contacted each other. Clang, cling. The fight has started, everyone. Look at the sparks that were sent flying when their swords clashed. It looks so cool. Evelyn added to the excitement with her comment. Ronin Knight appeared calm as he exchanged fiery blows with Gargantua, a barbarian twice his size. Their battle was intense and destroyed the long table inside. Clang, clang, ah, ha ha ha. Knight, move faster. Loud clanging sounds from a sword hitting the shield, metal meeting metal, echoed loudly. Before long, Ronin Knight managed to see an opening and thrust his sword. Ha! He shouted loudly. Pierce! The sword went through the armor, going straight into Gargantua's heart. The giant vomited blood, and his body slowly fell. Bah! Tard! With that as the last word, the boss was felled. On top of the fort, Mad Lad was also able to take down the flag and protect the area from the incoming barbarians until the other knights arrived and put up Rami Kingdom's flag. They did it! Evelyn exclaimed excitedly. The celebration occurred on the screen as they finished the run. Ronin Knight looked up and saw Mad Lad raising his arms through the hole in the ceiling. Letters began to appear in front of them, showing the result. Fort Siege successful. Final time. 0 hours 50 minutes and 25 seconds. They managed to enter the top 30 in the speedrun ranking with their time. That's amazing. Max clapped his hands like the others, congratulating them. As expected, ignoring their personalities, the streamers invited to this program are skilled. I wonder what kind of strategy Stone Sword and Lily Pixel will pull later. Both Ronin Knight and Mad Lad still had one more run before it was Stonesword's turn. And Max's turn would come after that. But he couldn't help but get excited. Ah, I want to play soon. He sighed. Ronin Knight and Mad Lad weren't so lucky with their rung on the second run. The enemy on the wall was way more than their first run, which slowed Mad Lad considerably. In the end, they finished the run with 52 minutes and 18 seconds in time. Their respective SR, 94.5% for Ronin Knight and 95.3% for Mad Lad, was also displayed after the run was finished. It was still amazing, but both of them were dissatisfied with the result and returned to the main stage with sour expressions. Mad Lad even clicked his tongue and cursed in a low voice. Did he not realize that we're in Biozone Entertainment's program right now? Max wondered. He looked over at the production crew, and they shook their heads, clearly disliking Mad Lad after he cussed earlier. They probably need to censor that. Poor them. That was amazing, everyone. What do you think of their run? Evelyn asked the viewers with a cheerful voice. The RNG isn't on their side. KEKW, I laughed so hard when Mad Lad was trying his best and screaming loudly to breach through the barbarian army. It was meh, their first run was better. Good job for the players. That was amazing. Because this was the first pair, the viewers' reaction was mostly positive, although some laughed at Mad Lad's unlucky second attempt. All in all, it was a successful first attempt. The viewers are increasing nicely. This is pretty good. Let's continue in this direction for a while. Evelyn thought as she watched the count. Viewers, 647K. It was only in this stream and not the watch party big streamers did on their own channel. Next is Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. No. Kekaki, the boss is going second. Will he break his own record? Lily. Finally. Ah, I want to see her in action. Lily. So handsome. My prince, go take the crown. Reading the chat, Evelyn smiled and turned to the pair that returned to their chairs. Let's get moving. A short interview and then go to Stone Sword and Lily Pixel pair. She thought and put up a cheerful front. As much as I hate someone with a dirty mouth, I must do my job. That was amazing, Ronin Knight and Mad Lad. How do you feel after finishing in the top 30? Happy. Ronin Knight answered shortly with a nod. Emote. Clap woohoo. Emote. Clap 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 finally. It's been a long time since I watched Stone Sword speedrun. This will be epic. Go, King. Take your crown, and don't lose it. Hiya. Go go go. King Love has donated 500 diamonds. Sword Stan has donated 1000 diamonds. No Candoid has donated 20,000 diamonds. Lily Swan has donated 50,000 diamonds. Just Do It has donated 300 diamonds. Stone Sword and Lily's fans began to donate a ridiculous amount of money without a message. Everyone, even Flexi, was stunned when they saw such donations pouring in without paying attention. Gulp. An audible gulp even rang from Mad Lad. He was stunned seeing how many diamonds this stream collected. Everyone else's attention was also grabbed by the donations train. However, Max's attention was somewhere else. He didn't care about the donations that weren't directed at him personally. On the screen, Stone Sword and Lily appeared in the clearing and moved immediately. Their RNG wasn't that good. The first barbarian army was on a bigger scale than usual. For a normal player, this was bad. Speedrunner usually would just reset if they got this RNG. But, the pairs couldn't reset in this program and could only do whatever they could to finish as fast as possible. Lily. Stone Sword shouted as he unsheathed two swords from his waist. He dual-wielded them and plunged into the middle of the enemy formation. Just leave it to me. Alright. Their cooperation was clearly better than the previous pair. Not to mention their trust. Without doubting his words, Lily ran toward the hill to climb the wall. Her movement was fast, and she dodged the incoming arrows gracefully. On this battlefield, her figure looked like a dancer. She was beautiful and captivating, but no one could touch her from afar. In just a few seconds, she reached the highest part of the hill and jumped. She jumped. Evelyn commented loudly as she was surprised by Lily's movement. Lily's feet touched the wall, and she began to run to the top. Everyone knew what this movement was called. Wall run. She could do a wall run that only Breeze had managed to pull off perfectly so far. Woah. Using the wall to jump, Lily grabbed the edge of the wall and somersaulted. She landed on her feet and began to run toward the southern wall without stopping. Ooh, she arrived at the top of the wall easily. And her landing is so beautiful. She pulled off Breeze's famous movement, wall run. He's doomed. His path is taken lol. He got wrecked by his own carelessness. It's all Flexi's fault for posting that clip. Pay him more lesson fee. Breeze. Alright, more lesson fee please. Kekeki, how will you win this, Breeze? Flexi. You bastard. You make Breeze lose. Yeah, add more lesson fees. 50,000 diamonds were too low. How am I the one at fault? Flexi pointed at himself with a panicked expression as the chat kept flaming him. Yeah, it's your fault. Max nodded repeatedly and agreed with the chat, which invited an even more amusing reaction. No way. Come on, aren't we friends? Thank you for your patronage. He grinned at Flexi and put his thumb and index finger together. Everyone laughed at his reaction, including the production crew behind the camera. Unlike the light atmosphere in the studio, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel were concentrating. They arrived at the Flag and Gargantua's dining room, respectively, and started the battle. Many barbarians appeared on the wall as soon as Lily took off the flag. She held her rapier tightly and decided to jump onto the tightrope, which was still in the flag area, and fought them one by one. Thrusts and slashes were sent, defeating the barbarians one by one. What a brilliant strategy. It's rather risky because the flag area only covers a bit of the tightrope. If she stepped further just a bit, the progress percentage would decrease. Evelyn commented with a lot of energy. But Lily Pixel seems to be fine. The progress is also filling slowly. Wonderful. That's totally a risky move. She can destroy such a good run with a decent RNG if she makes a mistake. Flexi added with his usual high spirit. Not only that, she also limited her own movement. The benefit of dealing with the enemy one by one came with it, but I don't think I will ever do that. Indeed. This time, Max also agreed with Flexi's reasoning. Her movement becomes too limited, and that can be fatal if she got attacked from both sides. He watched the run seriously and analyzed it. It was coming to an end soon. More than 30 minutes had passed since they started, and to reach 100% progress of taking over the flag, one needed to stay in the area for around 20 minutes. She heard a voice from behind and jumped without hesitation. An axe passed by the place where her legs were earlier. There. With that word, she kicked the barbarian that tried to strike her with an axe, the hole that led to the dining room below. Thud. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the barbarian hit the ground. A loud chime rang in the world. That signified the end of the run, and the allied knights appeared from all corners as if they were teleported there. Hearing the bell, Lily pumped her fists and smiled. She was having fun. I did it. Following the initial bell, colorful papers began to rain down from the sky. The two players were teleported to a luxurious castle, standing on a red carpet in front of a large throne. A beautiful princess in a white dress was standing before them, holding an exquisite sword with intricate design. It was a special end for those who broke the world record. It's here. It's here. Princess. Larissa. Ah, princess, how beautiful she is. Woo, world record baby. I was here. With Evelyn's excited shout as the start, the chat began acting crazy. The princess only appeared a few times since the game was released a month ago. Not to mention, it never appeared again after Stone Sword and Lily Pixel took the crown of the world record holder. My brave knights, excellent work. I commend you and shall reward you with the title of the best knight for your triumphant takeover of Galantia Fort. The princess moved the sword to Stonesword's shoulder and then Lilypixel's. Both of them didn't move and only smiled, looking at the golden letters and numbers floating above the throne. Congratulations. New world record. Final time. 0 hours 46 minutes and 41 seconds. It was a hard record to beat. Let's end it here. Stone Sword suddenly said to the camera with a serious expression, we don't need a second chance. It's enough. He sounded pretty arrogant. Everyone thought so. Tisk. No need for a second chance. How big is his ego? Shut up. He broke his own record. Getting a better RNG than now is hard. They must be tired. It's better to end it here and let them rest. How arrogant are you? Look at Breeze breaking your record easily. No need to be so arrogant, boy. Where is the SR? Where is Stone Sword and Lilypixel's rate? Yeah, it hasn't shown up yet. The host looked troubled. She looked at the production crew and asked for confirmation. Was it okay to end Stone Sword and Lilypixel's turn like this? The viewers were still at the peak of their excitement. They probably wanted to see more runs from the current pair. But Stone Sword explicitly said that they didn't need a second chance, which was enough. Mr. Taka thought about it for a while and gave Evelyn the okay. It was indeed enough. If they failed or got a bad RNG, then their record earlier would not have much impact. I don't think they will be able to break their world record on the first try. Is it because of the new trick Lilypixel did? Wall run is more useful than I initially thought. After getting an okay from the marketing team leader, Evelyn proceeded. Very well. Both of you must be tired after concentrating really hard to get the world record. Please, join us on the stage again. Thank you. Stone Sword smiled and logged out. His character disappeared from the throne room, followed by Lily's. Disappointed. No second run. As Evelyn said, they are tired, so don't complain. There is still another pair. Breeze and Flexi is next, huh? As the chat was busy, Stone Sword and Lily returned to the stage. The former looked fine, but the latter had sweat over her face. The crew gave her a towel that she used to wipe it immediately. Looking at her condition, the chat became weird once again. Somehow, she looked more beautiful. Don't be weird. ... Isn't this PG-13? Damn, I don't know, a cute girl getting drenched in sweat is so appealing. Stop it, guys. You will get banned. Fibwe is banned from the stream. Sweet Victory is banned from the stream. Hee boy is banned from the stream. Wow, that's a pretty high number. Evelyn clapped her hands, followed by everyone else. Being the center of attention, Lily's face turned slightly red from embarrassment. It's nothing much, she muttered. You're so cute too. Hey, what if you become my little sister? I can call you Lily, right? ... No, she answered firmly. Guys, I was rejected. Evelyn acted sad and wiped her non-existent tears, getting more reactions from the chat. Poor Evelyn. I am willing to become your brother. Big sister. Take me to your home. Ha, too bad. I only want Lilypixel as my little sister. Evelyn rejected the chat and stuck out her tongue. Anyway, let's move toward the next pair. Did you guys know that the wall run technique Lilypixel used earlier was actually found by one of the players in the next pair? Yes, it is Breeze. I asked this earlier, but how do you feel your technique is used to further strengthen the world record? How do I feel? Max stroked his chin in wonder and glanced at Lily. She looked back at him curiously, waiting for his answer. The towel around her neck was let loose, falling onto her chest. Smiling, he turned back to Evelyn. I can't say much besides that I am flattered. And I am proud to contribute slightly to their run. Ha. Oh, does that mean that you're not confident enough to win against them? I never said that, he grinned and stood up. We just need to be faster, right? Isn't that so, Flexi? Yeah. Flexi jumped from his chair and stood beside Breeze. He suddenly raised his hand over his head and shouted, "It's show time." Max felt that he made a mistake calling for Flexi. He was embarrassed even though it wasn't him who actually shouted something cringe. Please spare me, he sincerely prayed. On the other hand, Evelyn's eyes sparkled. She found something more interesting than just a skill, and that was a skill to entertain the viewers. Ho, it seems that they are ready. Let us start the third pair's run. Let's go, my friend. Pock. Flexi slapped Max's back and walked toward the VR capsule first. Sighing, he rubbed his back, which felt painful, and followed Flexi. Well, it's time to surprise them and shut their mouths. I will get those new living quarters no matter what. First of all, stopping in the area where the camera couldn't see, he pulled out a tube filled with green liquid and gulped it down in one go. He licked his lips and put the empty tube back into his pocket. It tastes like apple. With this, he was ready. No one said anything about what he had just drunk. They only thought that he had just drunk a D-grade nutritional supplement because it had a similar color. Hee, how extravagant. Even Flexi didn't suspect anything and only smirked at him. Max grinned back at him and climbed into his capsule. I made sure to use all your money wisely. Both of them laughed and entered the game. Their characters appeared in the clearing, with Max having 2 axes on his back and Flexi with his shield and sword. Because every character in the program turned basic, not even Flexi's golden armor remained, making him look down. My golden armor, he muttered as he rubbed his chest area. Concentrate, Flexi, Max called out as he looked at the camera. He could see a small screen showing the production crew above it. It was how they communicated with each other. What the players inside see and what's shown on the screen is different. He thought. Yeah, you're right. Flexi nodded at him and recovered. So, are we going with that strategy right off the bat? Yes. The strategy Flexi mentioned was what they tried after their training yesterday. Even when they only tried it once or twice, they managed to finish with a rather satisfactory time. Let's hope the RNG is on our side this time, Max added as he prepared himself, holding the 2 axes in his hands. I am ready anytime. True. Flexi nodded and prepared to rush. He looked at the camera and gave them a sign, let's start. Fort Siege start. 3, 2, 1. Go. As soon as the go sign appeared, the pair moved. Max ran faster than Flexi and took the front. Many barbarians in the distance noticed him and rushed while yelling. Ooh, enemies. Kill them. As Max ran around to kill the archers near the entrance at a fast speed, Flexi dealt with the ones with close-range fighters and gathered the dropped weapons after putting his shield on his back. He had a high strength and could hold them without any problem with his free hand. The ones he gathered were mainly swords and axes. Spears with small and fragile handles were left out in the open, and he didn't even touch them. Good, there are around 20 weapons here. They should be enough, he thought and raised his head. Breeze. We got enough. Great. Let's go. Max swung his axe at the last archer when he heard Flexi's voice. His axe landed on the enemy's shoulder and butchered him down to his heart. Turning around, he looked at Flexi, who ran past the remaining barbarians to get to him. There was one trying to throw his axe at his friend, so Max quickly took a crude axe from the ground and threw it. It spun mid-air and stuck the barbarian right on its head. The axe split his skull and killed him in one go. Oh shit. Flexi cursed as he realized that he was saved, no need to mention it. He smiled at him and turned around, let's kill Gargantua. We spent a minute more than the usual strategy already. 5 minutes have passed since the start, and we can't waste any more time. Max began to run inside the fort after saying that. His speed left Flexi perplexed as he tried to catch up. Hey, slow down. I can't run fast while holding them. Don't worry. As long as you arrive a few seconds after me, we can kill Gargantua before 20 minutes. Fine. You're a slave driver. The viewers who heard their conversation became more and more confused. Strategy. Could it be? They have something. A plan that's even faster than the world record. Noticing that Evelyn took this chance to boost the excitement further. It seems Breeze has a plan in mind. But what's the use of those weapons? Are they for throwing? She asked excitedly and turned to Stone Sword, the most knowledgeable player on the stage. What do you think of his plan, Stone Sword? Do you have any idea? Stone Sword stared at the screen for a second. On it, Max and Flexi ran through the corridor before arriving at Gargantua's dining room. Then, he turned to Evelyn and spoke, surprising everyone. I don't know. No one expected Stone Sword to not know about something. He was someone who pioneered the Fort Siege speedrun and tested so many strategies before. Not to mention, he was the world record holder. The dining room door will be closed after they enter and can't be opened before Gargantua is killed. And even if they managed to kill him and open the door again, there was a barbarian army from the ground waiting for them. Breaking through probably needs more than 10 minutes. That's a waste of time already. We haven't counted the time needed to reach the top of the fort and take over the flag. Even if the progress is twice as fast with 2 people, they will need another 10 minutes, around 20 minutes added with travel time. They will only finish in 50 minutes in this case. Stonesword's explanation was easy to understand. When the pair killed the Gargantua, 20 minutes should have passed since the start. Added to the 30 minutes he talked about, the total time needed to finish this course was 50 minutes or more. Of course, that was an ideal time. And everyone knew that no one could reach the ideal time without spending many hours grinding the same course every day. Breeze and Flexi should have been able to finish this run in under 48 minutes without any problem with my strategy. They are skilled enough for that. So why? He asked himself but arrived at no answer. So curious. I see. Does that mean they are really giving up? Evelyn asked once again with a serious expression. I doubt they gave up. Lily was the one who answered this time. I mean, look. They are still smiling. And it seems they have an idea. They have arrived. 2 players versus Gargantua. This will not be an easy fight, but it is still easier than facing him alone. True. Gargantua's specialty is his hard defense. With 2 people, it will be easier to breach through it. Come on. Show us something, Breeze. Flexi. Don't you disappoint us. Woof woof. WOOOOFFFF. Max reached the dining room and entered with Flexi. His friend managed to follow him closely without getting left behind. At the end of the room, Gargantua raised his face and grabbed his large sword. Who are? But before he finished his sentence, a sword was flying toward him. Clang! He managed to deflect it. A spark was sent flying together with a clashing metal sound. Max spent no time hearing the boss's sentence as he shouted at Flexi. As planned. All right. Coup. He was forced to get on his knee due to the force. While wounded, Gargantua's ferocity didn't even decrease a little bit. He was actually getting stronger. That was why most players opted for a hit kill by aiming at his neck or heart when he lowered his guard. Thus, a shield or dual-wielding weapons were recommended to those trying to kill the boss in a speedrun, which took them around 20 minutes. That was the time frame when the boss changed his attack. However, got you. Max stepped on Flexi's shoulder while raising both axes above his head. He brought them down without hesitation at Gargantua's open neck, slicing it cleanly. The decapitated head rolled down to the floor with a red mosaic spurted out. Ooh, they killed Gargantua. Will they run out now? Kya, breed me. I mean, HYAAA. So handsome. Breeze is so cool. He's running around and killing the boss easily. Flexi loses his golden armor but he doesn't lose his shine. Damn, their teamwork is no worse than that of Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. At this point in time, players usually warned those on the roof or shouted happily. But not for them. How much time do we spend here? Max immediately ran to the pile of weapons while Flexi flipped the long table and put it against the wall. 19 minutes. We have enough time for sub 45. He shouted excitedly, stood before the table, and held his shield to cover his whole body. I am ready anytime. Shoot them. On it. Stopping beside the pile of weapons brought by Flexi earlier, Max took one in each hand and threw them. Before the weapons reached their targets, he took others from the pile and threw them in the same direction. Each weapon pierced the long table. The first one was just right above Flexi's head, and the second one was a meter above it. Slowly but surely, all weapons were embedded in the long table and created something like a ladder toward the opening in the ceiling. The viewers went crazy when they realized what they were trying to do. Hey, this bastard is doing something ridiculous again. Breeze, he always surprised us. That's a ladder, right? Is he trying to climb that? That's insane. They are trying to climb that makeshift ladder. Evelyn jumped from her chair after she realized what the pair was trying to do. She was wrong, after all. This wasn't a throwing run, but a run that showed both creativity combined with Max's inhuman movement that made this possible. Am I the one who's in wrong here? She thought as she looked at the production crew. They were all smiling at this unexpected development. Whether the pair could beat the world record or not, this was interesting enough to be talked about in the community for a few days and ignited most streamers to try to speedrun it. It seems that I am still too green. Mr. Taka won his bet in the end. Back to the screen, Max began to move once again. Flexi, shield. He ran toward his partner and jumped onto the shield, crouching on it to prepare for the next move. Ha ha ha. Laughing like a maniac, Flexi put his strength on his arms and pushed them with all of his strength at once. Up you go. Max was launched up like a missile. He jumped over 5 meters high and skillfully grabbed one of the swords. He was already halfway to the top. Feeling it was enough to hold him, he hung on it with his legs and extended his arms. Hee, I hate this part. Flexi threw his shield and weapon away and grabbed Max's hands. Swinging Flexi's around, Max used the momentum to throw his friend up. Once he released his hands, he climbed up like a monkey. Flexi already trained this move. He skillfully grabbed the axe, which could support his weight, and stood on it. However, his feet slipped just before he could regain his balance. Shit. He panicked as he tried to grab another weapon, but to no avail. No. Is he going to ruin this run too, like before? Not again, Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Dumb Flexi. Wait guys. Breeze is cooking. Just as the last chat said, Max was there to save the day. He managed to grab Flexi's armor and caught him before he fully fell to the ground. Be careful. We can't lose any time here. Ahahaha, my bad. Nice save. Hee hee. A low laugh escaped his lips as he kicked the wall. His body flew in the air with a stretched arm with his hand like a claw, aiming toward the rim of the roof. Badump. Reach ITT. Goo. Flying breeze. He will fail. Definitely. Nah, he'd win. And then, grab. He managed to reach it and hung on it with one hand. He grabbed it. Breeze successfully grabbing the rim. Evelyn's voice invited a sigh of relief to everyone in the studio. Ronan Knight snorted, a new path opened, huh. Mad Lad grounded his teeth in frustration. He didn't believe that Max was able to do it. Stone Sword and Lily smiled when they watched it. Their competitive spirit was reignited. I should have taken that second chance. Stone Sword lamented. But well, maybe that's no use. I should be grateful to be given a chance to get the sword record in this program. Breeze is a skilled guy, that's for sure. A big, satisfied smile appeared on Max's face. Fuck yeah, he shouted excitedly as he climbed up and took down the enemy's flag. Soon, the barbarians would storm the roof to get him. Before that, he got to the hole once again and extended his hand while hanging on his feet. Jump, Flexi. Hee hee, you did it. Laughing in satisfaction, Flexi kicked the table. It couldn't handle his weight and fell, causing a loud crashing noise. As for the man himself, he managed to grab Max's hands, pulled above, and landed on the roof. His grin widened as he watched the barbarians' army going toward them from two sides. Max handed one of his axes to his friend and stood back to back. The progress bar increased steadily, faster than when only one player was inside the area. Don't ever step outside the area, even if it kills you, Max warned with a stern voice as he prepared to have another fight. I will try my best. This is crazy. Flexi is able to defend against the barbarians, attack easily. He even snatched their weapons and returned Breeze's axe to boost the efficiency further. The stage was filled with excitement. Evelyn's voice turned louder and louder as she realized this would become the second time the world record would be broken today. All the production crew was also taken by excitement. None of them moved their eyes away from the screen except for two people. How are his vitals, Dr. Artie? All green. It's pretty amazing, considering he has 98% SR. They can continue this even to the second round without any problem, Mr. Taka. That's good. Mr. Taka nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the screen. Max decimated the enemies one by one. He jumped around inside the area swiftly, making his movement hard to predict. His job was to protect Flexi's back and take down enemies that his friend couldn't see by throwing weapons at them. The progress bar had reached 57%. At the same time, the timer also reached the 40-minute mark. As long as they were inside the area all the time, getting subs 45 wasn't a dream. Get closer to the center. Your legs are about to touch the boundaries. Max shouted at Flexi and punched the barbarian. The enemy flinched a little, opening his defense. Using this chance, Max snatched the crude blade and slit his neck, killing the barbarian easily. The corpse rolled down before turning into bits of data, disappearing from the roof. Following that, Max scanned the area and threw the sword at the barbarian, jumping at Flexi. Swoosh! It pierced his head cleanly and blew him away to the hole. Headshot. Phew. Triple kill. He's rampaging. This breeze knows no chill. Give me a minute. There are too many enemies here. Flexi answered. He gripped a greatsword tightly to defend against the fury of attack from the other side. Get away from me. His greatsword created an arc that left a silvery and red trail behind. Many barbarians were killed at once. In the middle of the confusion, Flexi jumped back and met Max again in the center. Hey, is this just my imagination, or the enemies are way more than usual? Flexi asked as he kept defending himself from the barbarians' attack. It's not just your imagination. Because no one is aggroing the enemies outside the door, they returned and climbed the wall to reach us. Replying to Flexi's whining, Max kicked the barbarians near him. It caused a chain reaction and pushed the ones behind them into the hole. Just kick them or push them. There are too many of them to kill. Our goal is to stay inside the area and not massacre them. Got it. Having a good understanding of the best strategy to survive, they discarded their weapons and began to punch and kick the enemies. Their armor was good enough to defend against the crude attack. Usually, that wouldn't be the case. But the barbarians were also unable to attack at full strength without hitting their friends. They are now discarding their weapons. How dare they? Evelyn asked with a confused expression. However, it seems that they are doing better. How is that? It's because their enemies have no space to swing their weapons, Stone Sword answered. That means their attack is weaker than usual. And due to their large numbers, from what Breeze explained earlier, the best strategy is to push them and create a domino effect. Having weapons will just slow them down. It's a brilliant strategy. Hi-ha. Noticing the loud noise that the barbarian made, Flexi's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't avoid it without risking himself. His only choice was to get stabbed or jump toward the crowd of barbarians in a suicide attack. 99% was shown in the progress bar, and 42 was shown in the timer. If he died, the run would end here. His mind was racing. The only way to dodge was to take that risky move. But if he did that, I might ruin the sub-45 run. What's he doing? He will die. Dodge, Flexi. Just dodge, idiot. Max noticed Flexi's predicament from afar but couldn't help because he was too busy. The only thing he could do was to shout. Jump. Hearing his friend's voice, Flexi immediately moved into action. He threw himself toward the crowd of barbarians without hesitation and fell into the hole together with them. At his last moment, before disappearing, he gave a thumb up to Max. 44, 54. The last 1% was the longest. It was filled way before, and there were only a few seconds left. Max struggled to fight the remaining enemies alone. He just jumped around without even pushing, taking a lot of damage from the attacks he couldn't dodge. And then, after a few seconds, the progress bar was filled up. Ding ding ding. Just like what happened in Stone Sword and Lily's run, colorful papers began to rain down from the sky. The enemies stopped. It was over. He did it. Another world record. I was here. Hog Breeze. GG. GG. We can see Larissa again. Woah, Princess. 2 world records broken in a few hours. GG. Good job risking yourself, Flexi. You da best. He's FCKING GOAT. No, he's the only GOAT. The question was, did I do it? Max didn't know his record time before the princess announced it. And that concludes the program. Thank you for staying until now. We managed to break a total of 3 world records. Congratulations to the Flexi and Breeze pair for winning the speedrun. Everyone in the studio clapped after Evelyn stopped talking. The streamers congratulated the pair, excluding Mad Lad, who stormed out of the area immediately after the livestream ended. Afterward, Dr. Artie and some nurses gave all 6 of them a checkup before they were allowed to return to their designated room in the Biozone Hotel. When everything was over, it was 3 p.m. already. Due to their special SR and their inexperience, Max and Lily were specially instructed to rest for the day, and their meals would be delivered. The former didn't really need it due to the medicine he drank, but the doctor still forced him to rest because he went for 2 runs instead of 1. Sighing tiredly, Max sprawled over his bed and looked at the ceiling. He extended his hand above and looked at the floating window before him. Less than quest failed. Final time. 0 hours 45 minutes and 1 second greater than. Less than penalty will be applied. Synchronization rate will be limited to 95%. No quest will be given for a month. Greater than. Less than see you in a month. Greater than. It's the worst, he muttered as he covered his face with his arm. It was the final time of his first run. Flexi dropping himself made all his calculations missed. He thought he would have enough time, but no. It took a second more to finish the run. I also can't blame Flexi because we managed to break a world record. He looked so happy and apologized already. Also, everybody makes mistakes. It's a normal thing. Everything was pretty good until he failed the quest. They went for a second run afterward, much to Flexi's worry about Max's health, but the RNG wasn't in their favor. It was worse than the first run. They finished in 47 minutes and 45 seconds, even with the new strategy. Well, there goes my living quarters. Max sighed once again and closed his eyes. It was a shame that he failed the quest but had done his best already. So, he had no regrets. Well, at least not as much. So that's the case. Max chuckled dryly. The threat worked wonderfully as everyone nodded their heads. Anyway, please look at the graphs. Both of them increased steadily over the course of the livestream. The peak would be when Stone Sword and Lily Pixel broke their world record, followed by Flexi and Breeze's new strategy. Our sales increased by 350% in just a day, and the views. He paused midway, and the screen zoomed in at the peak views. It showed 1.2 million views. We managed to reach our targets. No, we even break past them. It's all thanks to Puppeteer's Watch Party, which has more than 300k viewers. And the one who made that possible is Breeze. He looked at Max, and his smile widened. You surprised me many times. I just did my best. Max replied humbly and scratched his cheek, and it's also thanks to everyone's work. Indeed. It's thanks to everyone's effort. Mr. Taka laughed merrily. His cheek was dyed red, and he seemed drunk and in a good mood. All right. Let's cheer. To celebrate our success. Cheers. Cling. The drinking party continued. Mad Lad got drunk and rambling about how great he actually was. For some reason, he decided to make Max his rival. Just wait. I will definitely beat you. That declaration, however, sounded funny to him. It reminded him of Bloodsucker, the one viewer who never learned from his past mistakes. Flexi also let himself loose and actually danced to entertain them. He was truly a mood setter, having an energetic energy and good humor to make everyone laugh. Nearing the end of the party, Mr. Taka suddenly whispered to Max. Breeze, please follow me for a second. I'd like to discuss something regarding your extra reward. Hearing the word reward, Max immediately nodded. He excused himself and followed Mr. Taka to a private room located to the side of the party venue. Sitting across from each other, Mr. Taka showed him 2 screens, which seemed to be the reward option. Please choose one between the 2 of them. I will definitely respect your choice. Max wondered why the marketing team leader said that but nodded his head again nonetheless. He read the reward choice and was surprised. Is this real? I meant, these rewards were too much for a newbie streamer. This isn't a mistake, no. Mr. Taka smiled softly. That's how much I appreciate your contribution to this program. And I actually wanted you to choose your own reward but could only offer between these 2. One of them is just a contract instead of an actual reward. But I did my best to make the best offer to you. How is it? Well, Max felt conflicted. While it was true that his contribution might be the highest, considering he broke the synchronization test time record, he still didn't think he deserved these rewards. The first reward is a monetary reward, valued at $25,000. It's a big amount of money for me, he thought as he read the description of the first screen. But the second one is tempting. As Mr. Taka said earlier, it was a contract instead of an actual reward. But it could also be called a reward for a newbie streamer with less than a month of experience in streaming and less than 10K viewers. It's actually an invitation to become Biozone Entertainment's affiliated streamer. Screw the quest's reward, Biozone Entertainment was more generous than it. It was a difficult choice for Max. On the one hand was instant money, while on the other was support from a big game publisher company. Thinking about the long-term benefit, the second choice was probably the best. But Max made sure to read it carefully. The contract said I would be given full support and priority for Biozone Entertainment's released game ads. Of course, the contract for those ads would be different when the time came. I needed to put the Biozone Entertainment logo in my stream and about me. It sounds good. The support here was not limited to having his name posted on the affiliated streamer page but also helped if there was a scandal or drama involving him, for example, the last hacker incident. They will also help me find editors and a secretary. Their connections are really useful at times like that. Max hummed in consideration. Looking at his state, Mr. Taka huffed and spoke. The orange-haired streamer forced a bottle into his mouth, and his consciousness ended at that moment. The next morning, Max realized that he was in his hotel room with his upper clothes torn off. There was no recollection of what happened last night. Furthermore, his head was throbbing hard for some reason, making him feel lethargic and weak in the morning. Fuck. What did Flexi make me drink last night? I remember nothing after talking with Mr. Taka. And why am I half naked? I didn't do anything strange, right? For now, he got off the bed and drank some water from the dispenser. It made him feel a bit better. Still, the headache remained, so he took a cold shower, hoping it would cure him. Phew, that was better. He sighed in relief as he got dressed in a simple oversized white shirt and slim black pants. His current room had a good balcony with a nice view of New Eden City. So he chose to relax there while waiting for his Sky Rail, which would arrive in 2 hours, at 10 a.m. The sunlight feels nice. He leaned back on the resting chair and put his legs above. It was relaxing. Now, let's see emails and messages. I doubt there is something important, but I need to do this frequently from now on. Who knows if there will be spam or hacker messages again. Thinking so, he brought up his screen and checked his email first. There was an email from Biozone Entertainment notifying him that $5,000 had been sent into his bank account. It was his appearance fee from this program. Oh, this is nice. I got the maximum amount written in the contract. He laughed merrily. His bank grew again, having more than $20,000 in savings. With this, he didn't need to worry about buying nutritional supplements or groceries for his everyday life. Maybe I also need to find a better apartment. Preferably, the one that costs under $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Not that he complained about his current apartment. But it lacked the security that he wanted. And the place was in a dangerous alley with little to no light at night. Well, let's think about that later. I will need to worry about hiring an editor first. Continuing where he left off, he opened the private message this time. Surprisingly, there was one message from Lily. He was curious, so he opened it immediately. Lily, take responsibility for what you did last night. When he read it, his jaw dropped and his body froze in surprise. Bam bam bam. Flexi. Open the damn door. Tap tap tap. Max frantically knocked on Flexi's room door and pressed the bell repeatedly after reading Lily's message. Of course, it came after messaging Flexi. It wasn't even read. He panicked and didn't know what to do. That was why he went to find his friend, the main culprit behind everything and probably the only sober person last night. Before he could reply to the message, he wanted to know the truth first. Flexi. Open the. Click. Just before Max could finish his sentence and punch the door once again, It opened from inside, and a sleepy-looking Flexi with unkempt hair appeared. He was half naked and rubbed his stomach. "Ah, what's going on? It's still morning, buddy. Don't make a commotion." "Yawn?" he asked with a lazy tone and yawned. "What did I do last night?" Max raised his voice in panic. His eyes trembled nervously while waiting for an answer. "Last night." Flexi raised his eyebrows and scratched his head. "We drank." "Yeah, that's what I mean." He added, "What did I do while being drunk last night?" "Did I? Fuck. Just tell me what I did. I couldn't remember anything." "Ah." Flexi grinned in realization. He was finally awake enough to process what Max had said. "You did act crazy last night, ha ha ha. After I gave you that drink, you suddenly pushed me away and did something I never expected you to do." "What the? Something he never expected me to do?" Max thoughts. Various possibilities flashed in his mind as cold sweat poured from his back. What exactly was something that he would never do in a sober condition? The worst possibility appeared when he remembered Lily's chat. "Ah, so loud." A new voice that appeared stopped Flexi's laughing. From the bed, the head of a beautiful woman with long dark hair appeared from under the blanket. "Can you lower your voice, Marco? It's still morning. And I was still tired from everything." Marco, usually known as Flexi, smiled wryly when he was reprimanded. He approached the bed and sat next to her. "Sorry, Lisa. The teasing breeze was just too much fun. That guy actually thought he did the deed with Lily last night." "Did he?" she asked as she took her glasses from the cabinet on the side. "Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He has a handsome face and the skill that can charm young girls. Besides, they are the same age, right?" "Maybe." Flexi shrugged his shoulders, "but, yeah. They actually didn't. Lily was just asking for advice at the party, and Breeze confidently said to leave it to him. She also said that he needed to keep his promise today and stream the new game with her." "And, where is the problem?" Lisa asked in a soft voice, unlike her usual stern and strict one. "Did you tell him something you shouldn't?" He, well. Flexi scratched his cheek and told Lisa what happened earlier. His beautiful secretary's face turned more sour and had guilt written on it after Flexi finished his story. "You're really evil." "Hey, I am not. I just helped my new friend get a girl," he retorted with an expression that said, "What are you talking about?" Then, he leaned closer to Lisa and whispered, "Besides, you love me this way, no?" Lisa stayed still for a second before her hand moved at a fast speed, grabbing a certain bulge between Flexi's legs. A pained groan escaped his lips as he begged for help. "Don't be overconfident, Flexi," she said with an evil smile that could freeze even hell. "It's time to work. And fix the misunderstanding between them before it becomes a scandal." "Ugh, your answer?" she asked and pushed her glasses up. They shone from the sunlight that passed the curtain. "Why yes, ma'am." Hearing the obedient answer, Lisa smiled in satisfaction. "Good boy." Flexi, "Sorry, bud. I lied. Last night, Lily wanted you to teach and play V-Shelter Survival together once you return to your home. In short, she asked for a collaboration stream tonight." Max sighed in relief when he got Flexi's message. It was a lifesaver. Thankfully, he was still confused and couldn't decide what to do. "That fucker. Not only did he make me drink, but he also lied to me." He gritted his teeth in frustration at his friend's prank. But he also couldn't get mad at him because he understood Flexi's personality pretty well after practicing a few times with him. That orange-haired bastard only loved to have fun. Nothing would stop him when he found something interesting. However, that didn't mean that he could do as he pleased. "I will remember this." Sighing, Max opened the message once again to reply to Lily. He finally got the gist of the situation and could give the perfect reply. "I know that she's not good with words, but she should type. I am looking forward to the collab, instead of asking me to take responsibility." That was the start of the misunderstanding that almost stopped his heart. He thought that he had passed the limit and did something he would certainly regret while drunk. And how confident was his drunk self? To think he agreed to teach Lily about V-Shelter survival while he was also a newbie. "I must be dumb. No, the alcohol makes me dumb. Yes. I won't drink any again, ever. But he couldn't back off. He could imagine her happy expression when he agreed to help her, just like when he allowed her to watch him at that park. Breeze. I am looking forward to our stream together tonight. Let's learn V-Shelter survival together. Also, I am sorry for the late reply. My head still hurts from last night's drinking party. His reply came an hour later than when he had read the message. He hoped she wasn't angry because he ignored her. Thankfully, she didn't seem angry. Lily. No problem. Me too. Let's meet at 7 p.m. tonight. Breeze. Roger that. Max was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed just a misunderstanding that was piled up with Lily's strange message and Flexi's prank. Thank God. An hour later, his Sky Rail arrived, and he returned home. He first stopped by the gym to exercise before going to Nenah's restaurant for an early dinner. Followers. 127K. Holy. Is this real? He screamed in his mind and rubbed his eyes. Nothing changed even when he looked at it again. Not only was it crazy, but it was truly a surprise for even him. The effect of yesterday's program was amazing. He had expected growth, but getting more than 100K viewers in a day was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, viewers, 12.7K. The viewer count also increased, just as he had thought, along with the chat. I wonder how he livestream. I saw the VODs. I must say he's insane. First timer here. What should I expect? A shameless streamer who loves to scam Bloodsucker, and the viewers who love to scam him too. Hey, I am not scammed easily. Yeah, true. Bloodsucker is the smartest person here. The power of promotion is pretty nice. His smile widened as he put his hands on his hips. Well, it's time to start the stream. I believe that's not the peak yet. Thinking so, he operated the stream option and changed the loading screen to the third POV camera floating in the air. He made sure that he could be seen with the level 1 shelter behind him. As soon as the screen changed, he waved his hand to the camera and greeted the viewers. Hello, guys. Ha, this is your beloved Breeze. Welcome to the new viewers. Don't worry about the chat saying that I am shameless. I am truly the one and only humble streamer. Well, I am humble, but I have 2 world records more than you. He laughed merrily. What a humble start. Damn, I hope zombies eat him. This guy's shamelessness increased right after he returned. For a maidenless, he's quite a show-off. Hey, I am not maidenless. Let's just forget about that. Max retorted to the chat while feeling nostalgic. This was it. The chat that he liked to argue with. He somehow felt at ease that they didn't even change at all with the new viewers coming in. Anyway, we will have a guest later. But before that, let's find some loot and add a fence to boost the shelter defense. Max began to walk away from his shelter after announcing his goal. Meanwhile, the chat began to mock him. A guest? This guy has a guest. Meh, it's probably Flexi. Yeah, he only knows Flexi, that other shameless guy. Breezy pairs last forever. Breezy. Nah, it's not Flexi. Also, don't pair me with that guy, it's disgusting. Max sighed as he looked at the camera. Why would they pair him with another guy? He was a normal man who liked girls. But they were viewers who typed in the stream chat. It was common knowledge that they were either crazy or weird or both. Deciding to ignore the chat, he continued. It's a girl. And she asked me to teach her about this game. ... Is there something wrong with my headset? I heard it's a girl. Doubt. And teaching her. Ha, a newbie like you. Mama. Breeze is inviting a girl to his room. Let him be, my boy. He's an adult. I doubt it's a real girl, though. He, is it that waitress? If so, then I dig in. Are you sure she's a girl? You're not scammed, right? It's a real girl. And, no. It's not that waitress girl. He sighed again as the chat didn't believe him. Look, I am not Bloodsucker, alright. I won't get scammed easily. True. Makes senses. Why did you bring me up? Is it a bully? Are you bullying me? It's just your imagination. Foolishly, a certain someone sold his gloves to a shady merchant and got scammed. Even now, he still regretted that decision. Entering the main hallway, the area became slightly darker, but it was still bright enough to see without a flashlight. Max walked carefully, avoiding the mushrooms, pieces of glass, and the bulging flesh that seemed to grow from the ground. It was glowing slightly, pulsating every second. There are blobbies everywhere. Based on what he read in the guide, the place with that kind of glowing flesh called blobby on the ground had zombies in the past. Those blobbies were formed from the dead zombies' flesh. It's strange calling it dead zombies, as it's an undead, but it is what it is. He thought as he continued inside. A few meters ahead, there was an open door. That would be Max's first destination to find some loot. Alright, guys. Do you think there is a zombie inside? He asked the chat as he stopped a bit away from the door. I just want you to know that I am not afraid of something like rocket, blobbies, or zombies. So don't expect me to scream when I open the door. Fear is irrelevant. Jump scare knows no fear. Even the bravest man got jump scared in this game. Don't act tough, Breeze. I hope you get a heart attack from inside that door. Ha ha ha, no way. With a confident step, Max opened the door with his shoulder, ready for a jump scare. The door was pushed open with a creak, revealing a dark room. The sunlight from the main entrance and the hallway chased away the darkness, allowing Max to see what was inside. Peeking inside, he first saw a creature with a large head and 8 legs right in front of him, which almost stopped his heart. Fuck. Bam. He immediately slammed the door shut without hesitation and breathed heavily. What the heck was that? Keck. I won't be surprised. Jump scare won't work on me. I am not afraid of anything. Blah 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 blah. Lol, he screamed like a little child. No, don't cry. Daddy is here with you. Child Breeze. Clipped. He. Infected crawler is spotted. Lol, that bastard is scary. Everyone, without any exception, would be surprised by that. That was nasty. That was one of the infected. Due to how much the guide was, Max hadn't finished them yet. He only read the important parts, such as shelter and defense building as well as what kind of loot was important. In short, he focused on survival tutorials. Enemies information was something he skipped when he read the guide, as he wanted some excitement about discovering something new. A freaking huge head with 8 legs. Does he plan to imitate a spider? Who the heck designed that infected? The design team, obviously. A psycho. A genius. I like the design though. It's innovative. Innovative your $4 That's creepy. But that fit this game's design pretty well. Max wondered what he should do. From what he saw earlier, there was nothing inside. Mainly, it was because the crawler grabbed his attention. Not only that, there were webs filling the room. Entering without proper tools and equipment might be bad. The infected seemed to stay inside. Is Crawler the type to stay in his territory? From the fact it didn't chase after him, the creepy spider might be that type. In that case, it was easy. Let's ignore it and continue our exploration. He exclaimed with a big smile as he walked away from the door, proceeding deeper into the hospital. Chicken Breeze. He's running away, what a coward. And you were about to teach a girl how to play this game, lol. Dude, I am not running away. Since the start, my goal has been to look at this hospital and find herbs or antidotes. It's called a tactical retreat, okay. Yeah, whatever. Lol, just be honest that you're afraid of that spider. The chat mocked him for not dealing with the crawler, but Max ignored them. He thought there would be no benefit in killing that infected besides wasting his bullets and stamina. The hospital exploration was going smoothly. He only met a few zombies that he could kill with a knife. But because this area wasn't a heavy loot area, there were only 5 loots that he could find. 2 of them were herbs, and the rest was an antidote. The devs are so stingy. He grumbled as he exited the hospital. I hope they increase the loot chance. While passing by the first door, he made sure to be quiet so as not to rouse the crawler. That infected's creepy appearance was still fresh in his mind. I am surprised that your luck has become normal again. 2 herbs and 3 antidotes. That's a good loot. No scraps. What a shame. He got off the hard bed and stretched his arms. The bed is so hard that I don't want to sleep on it again. Let's aim for level 2 shelter today. With your luck. I guess that's impossible. Kekeki, hard bed is good for back. Level 2 shelter sounds good. Right. Max raised his eyebrows, but before that, let's greet our guest. Give her a warm welcome, alright. I will share my chat window with her. Finally. Who could it be? I am excited. Thump, thump. A girl. Ha, ha. This is rare. Operating the screen, Max found the invitation menu. He had added Lily's VR account as friends back when they were in the program together. Not only her but also everyone else, including even Mad Lad. So inviting her was easy. And sent. He grinned as a figure covered in blue light appeared beside him. That's fast, he thought as he looked at her. The blue light slowly dissipated, revealing the girl's figure covered in black combat clothes, holding a long sniper rifle and a machete hung over her back inside her pink backpack. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a mask on her lower face. A pair of obsidian black eyes looked around her surroundings before stopping at her target, Max. She nodded softly at him. Hell. Before she even finished his sentence, Max had already bowed deeply at her. I am in your care, master. The girl, Lily, blinked repeatedly in confusion as the chat broke into laughter. Teach her, he said. Isn't it the other way around? Holy hell, she is fully equipped. Lily Pixel is here. Damn, his guest is the Lily Pixel guys. They actually have a collaboration a day after the program. Way to go, my son. KEKW, imagine the embarrassment. It's a girl. And she asked me to teach her about this game. Ha 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 ha. Oh god, too funny. I am in your care, master. He said. Lol. Breeze, you have met your match. Shut up. Max shouted in his mind, trying to calm himself from embarrassment. Usually, someone would only ask to be taught something by someone with more knowledge or more experience than them. Max expected Lily to be a real newbie who had never played V-Shelter Survival before. But he was so wrong about that. What are you doing? Lily asked in a confused tone as she looked at Max, still bowing his head. I pay respect to the expert. Max answered with a straight tone as he raised his head. Compared to a newbie like me, Master Lily has achieved great things in this game. Thus, it is natural that I bow in your presence. Stop that. You are acting strange right now, she said, frowning, like my brother. She added with a disgusted tone. Ah ha ha. He could only smile wryly as he knew about her relationship with Stone Sword. Rather, he knew her older brother's excessive love, which made the situation awkward. Well, I did admit that I acted strangely. He thought. But the viewers love it. In a normal situation, he wouldn't act like that. He was just giving a little bit of a comedic act to his viewers. My bad, he smiled apologetically at Lily, but I never thought that you were fully geared like this. You know, I expected you to be a newbie in this game like me. My older brother gave them to me. She answered with a stoic expression. He said this is a gear recommended by a beginner. This is my first time playing this game. Ah. Max immediately understood what had happened just with that explanation. Stone Sword is her older brother, right? How protective. Beginner equipment. More like endgame equipment. What a loving brother. Die, Stone Sword. I am totally not jealous. Totally not. An overgeared newbie and the luckiest newbie. What a combination. Well, in that case, you know nothing about this game. Max asked Lily with a calm voice. His embarrassment was gone almost immediately after knowing the truth behind Lily's equipment. Lily nodded in confirmation. I see. Max fully understood now. She wasn't lying. Then let me tell you the fundamental rules of this game and what you should be careful of. After getting another confirmation, Max explained how this game was with a short explanation. They needed to find loot, and zombies were their enemies. Stone Sword has donated 2,500 diamonds. I believe she can't see this. But make sure she's not hurt and actually has fun too. Your wish is my command, brother. He immediately changed as usual. Damn, the brother is here. It's not strange as they must be acquainted through the program. Lol, the power of money, the only thing Breeze is afraid of and can't beat. Capitalism wins. I trust you. And don't call me brother. Lily peeked from the side and asked curiously, are you talking to the viewers? Yes, Max answered, come to think of it, I haven't linked the chat window to your account yet. Give me a moment. I will make you a moderator. Following that, Max tweaked his stream a little and connected Lily's account, making her a moderator. Her eyes widened a little bit as she pressed an invisible button. After that, a smile bloomed under her black mask. I can see it, she said, there are many viewers. Well, there are more than 10,000 now. He replied as he scratched the back of his head. And they are unique. She added as she looked at the chat window. Hello, Lily Pixel. Hello, hello. I love you. Marry me. Please take care of our boy. He has been maidenless for a long time. My boy has grown up. Sob, this is pretty embarrassing, forgive me for crying. Quote. They are. Those were the only things Max could say. The walk was silent as Lily also never started any conversation first. Thankfully, they arrived at their destination soon. There it is. Max stopped in his tracks and looked at a large warehouse surrounded by a tall fence. We will loot this place. Lily hummed as she looked at the abandoned building. It had a creepy atmosphere oozing out from inside. It's creepy. A pair of a boy dressed in shabby brown clothes and tactical pants and a girl in complete combat equipment entered the dark, empty warehouse. Caution was clear in their eyes as they observed the surroundings. Unlike other buildings, this warehouse had a large room and 2 floors connected by metal stairs on both sides. The second floor was visible from the ground, as the floor was made from flimsy webs. Debris and boxes were put here and there, creating blind spots that made detecting enemies hard. Be careful. The zombies are able to smell your scent and hear our voices. Believe me, getting chased by them is the last thing you want to experience. Max warned Lily as he walked in the front, holding a flashlight in his left hand. He shone the light around the area in front of him. Lily stayed close to Max as she prepared her long-barreled Remington. She held them with both hands, as it was impossible to shoot with just one hand due to the recoil. Observing the area, Max noticed something strange. There were many shining stars here and there on the first floor, but their location was mostly above the stack of boxes. That meant one thing. He was lucky enough to find another heavy loot area. Lily, he called out to his partner and readied his knife, this is a heavy loot area. There will definitely be a superior enemy, be careful. Okay. Both of them walked inside the warehouse and began to grab the loot one by one. Max was the one who did most of the work while Lily looked around in guard, ready to defeat any enemy that showed up. 1x scrap obtained. 12x 9mm bullets obtained. 1x plank obtained. Strangely, though, no enemy showed up even after getting 3 loots and walking deeper into the warehouse. Max felt like they were walking right into the trap, while Lily was still oblivious as she didn't understand the game yet. Not only him, but the viewers were also a little bit confused. Somehow. Nothing happened. It's a looting simulator. Indeed, it was like a looting simulator. In the end, Max got a total of 8 loots from the first floor. 3x planks, 2x woods, 2x scraps, and a full 99mm mags. It's good loot. He put the planks and wood on the ground near the stairs to the second floor. Then, he looked at Lily. Let's leave them here first and go to the second floor. Because there is no enemy on the first floor, I became slightly anxious. There was no way a heavy loot area had no enemies guarding it. Most likely, they were waiting on the second floor, hiding inside some boxes, or it had an unbelievably strong enemy waiting for them. Not leaving any chance of getting surprise attacked, Max decided to go even slower while exploring the second floor. The floor was made from an old flimsy web, making walking on it slightly bouncy and scary. It creaked each time he took a step. Or just show up if you're a woman. This bastard is crazy. Has darkness gotten to him already? His hand must be aching. He needs a bandage fast. Blood. I can imagine him screaming for blood. Still, what he did isn't strange. Where are all the zombies? Look, he got his second scraps from the second floor in his first wood. He's done. He has gone crazy. The zombies never showed up, no matter how much he screamed and made noises. He ended up absorbed in taking loot and returned to the meeting place after finding another 3 planks and 2 woods. Lily was already there, standing still while looking at him with a strange gaze. She nodded and gave him a thumbs up when he got close. "What?" he asked, confused by her sudden gesture. "I found 5 planks and 4 woods," she said, pointing at the pile on the side. "But I found no enemies." "I see. Good job, Lily." He unconsciously smiled at her, and she also looked happy. "Well, there is nothing more here. Let's return. A shame we meet no enemies." Tidying the woods and the planks, they brought them down and gathered them in one place with the other piles. Max volunteered to bring them all, as they were pretty heavy. Not only that, but he was the one ill-equipped compared to her. In case of emergency, Lily would be able to protect him. After everything was ready, they headed for the exit. They remembered the path, but Max immediately felt something was missing. He hummed as he took a left turn. He looked at where the exit was supposed to be, but there was no light coming from that direction. The large door was somehow closed. According to his game knowledge, both in his past life and this one, he concluded it to be a forced event where they couldn't leave before defeating an enemy. So, he immediately discarded the woods and planks in his hand and assumed a combat-ready position. "Lily, there is an enemy," he shouted at his partner and raised his handgun. His movement was quick. Hearing Max's shout, Lily also raised her Remington. 2 flashlights illuminated the area, which had turned dark from the lack of light from the outside. It was silent. There was no sound at all, not even the groaning of zombies that usually filled the area around the city. Bam! Clang! Max shot 1 bullet toward the ceiling, and it created a loud sound. "Come out, you coward!" he shouted loudly. "I know you're there." As if taking that as a cue for its appearance, footsteps echoed inside the warehouse. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.